Oh, internet. I'm waiting on George to return.
I've returned. Is this any better?
Much better. Peaking.
Okay,
You are
I think I
peak firing.
I think I know what it is.
You are
Because I bought this
hitting the
computer
red
used
zones.
since I bought
Yes.
this computer used from a university and then rebuilt it myself, and I've had it for a few years. I think the front USB jacks plug-ins is starting to get loose, and I hooked it up to one that I had a USB 3 multi spot that I bought afterwards. It's plug in the back and it doesn't move. The
Oh,
computer's just getting old.
okay.
How's
And
that?
that's great. And I was about to put in the text in the Discord when you came back on. We're live. Be careful what you
Okay,
say. Because
no problem.
why not? Let's put in the chat. I still don't see it. Oh, go to refresh. Let's find out.
Ah, you got the Prince of Darkness.
I got Tim Curry as the Prince of Darkness from
Yeah,
Legend.
that's the only Prince of Darkness. The best and the only one.
There it is. Now it's showing up live on my screen. Let's put in the chat. Put in the chat. Welcome to my/our home. Star. Caps lock. Warnings. We may say some activating words today. We are really trying not to. Somehow you can pin a message in chat. Guess who doesn't know how to do
I don't know.
that? Me.
Oh, I just gave you a happy monster face.
I see it. And then, because it's on a tiny screen and I can't see it, live life by the
Ah,
screenshot. Because I still am having ideas about speaking something into being, I guess. That this has got to get plan documents written and stuff written, and I have to get out of these text files. But right now it's a text file singular. That all of us get together and figure out this is how we do this. Whether it's my channel or yours or whatever.
yeah. Yeah, I've already started
Boy, that was
working
strange.
on some ideas, but it's something I'm going to want to film, edit, and then post, not necessarily be live to start off with. There's some.
See, here it is. Me living life by the screenshot. I grabbed a screenshot of the chat off the tiny monitor.
Yeah.
And whenever I do stuff like that, instead of just
You
having it in
go-
my hard drive, I should dump it up into our web pager or something and put my little note of why did I grab the screenshot. Well, the why
Yeah.
is because I want to figure out. And so now I have to go back over here and say
But when you do that screenshot on the
1408X
YouTube, it kind of goes dark.
took a
The screen goes
screenshot
dark.
of, yeah, I know, a screenshot
Um,
of chats because, and put at top in doc plan. How to pin a comment in the chat. Like the warning. Trying to be good. Trying to follow the rules. Try not to offend.
Yeah. No, I
Dear
saw
world, grow up. Toughen up.
in my
But in the meantime, I'll try to behave.
realm of wanting to do a YouTube video, I saw some areas when they were dealing with beginners, just people that just start.
I heard
They
star.
don't quite cover.
Yeah,
They
the middle of
try to
whatever
jump
you
into
were just.
advanced.
Hey, George.
Yes.
The whole middle of whatever you just said disappeared. It buzzed out, faded out. I heard trying to star. And then
Can you hear
what?
me? How's it doing now?
That's all right. It's a little soft, but it's still hitting the yellow. So that's good.
I'm gonna try something real quick.
It was very quiet. Talking to myself, and no one's home.
Is that any better?
Yes, much. And it might be noise canceling. You might have got a little loud, so the mic just sent it away.
No, I think it's my computer's getting too old.
Which I had put on the list of yesterday. Yesterday business. That's all the title. Watch togethers yesterday, and I discussed it on the stream a little bit.
You just
You buzzed out again. What? Dear world, anybody and everybody, technology failure is a thing. I don't know if you're trying to talk or not, George. We're getting nothing on this end. And then there's the lag. If he's trying to see this or hear this on stream, and I'm not fast enough, so I go back over here to Discord. And I
any
try to,
better?
yes, for a second. 1408.
How about now?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
It was good before, and then it wasn't.
I don't
But
know. It might be. Go ahead.
it should be on the screen by now. If you've got the live stream up or live video going. I know there's
Yeah.
about a minute at least lag, it seems like. With the blue highlight on the text from yesterday, where I took a screenshot and search results of Discord issues. With
There, I'll put you to full screen
GH.
so I can see better.
I can make the text bigger.
I just made it full screen. I don't need to look at the stuff.
So, what I was talking about yesterday and the day before, 2 days before, whenever we started to encounter an issue, when you tried to, I thought, oh no, we've been raided by Donut Operator. Not a sponsor. Everybody go check out his videos. Even though I don't.
Yeah, you do on occasions.
Not often.
No, only when I send them to you.
I don't even watch most of those. I go find
I know.
the whatever the incident is, I find it separate. So I don't have to listen to his please Donut
Wow.
Operator stop. Quit with the duck nonsense. I'm telling you, sir. I unsubscribed from your channel and I don't watch your videos. I don't want to help your algorithm. It's super annoying. Get yourself a little, like cops love. Get that first little chirp chirp of cops playing with their sirens. Get freeze. Get, do you feel lucky, punk? I don't care what you get. Get something other than that super annoying duck. But that's just me, in my humble opinion. And I'm probably stupid anyway. And
Well,
uh,
if he
uh,
was older,
I
if
am
he was older,
antisocial.
I'd swear he's giving homage to Disco Duck, but he's not that old.
You never know. Music is
Oh,
ageless, like Dracula. All right, what was I looking at? Object oriented stuff. Old computers, new softwares. And it goes to trigger warning. Everybody who's triggery, I messed up. Activation warning. I might use some words like that TR word I just said, name of a horse that counts on old movies. I'm trying. I'm learning. See the comment that I don't know how to pin. Um, it's called. Let's get. All right. Screenshot of the results of Discord. Not even the appearance of object oriented stuff. Let's just take the main thing and dump it down here. 1412. Discussing from yesterday. Loud mouthed about donut operator. Except, but everyone go like, subscribe, bell, thing, donut operator. Everybody, go out there. Hurry up, George. Oh, wait, you already are. I tried, sir, I tried. All right, here's the deal from Computer Nerd Programmer. Ever since they invented this goofy stuff called object oriented programming in the form of a old school thing first called C++. Oh, heart slash that thing. Anybody that didn't know, because I just found out somebody very experienced in the world of interwebs and chats and text on phones and everything else didn't know that less than 3 is a sideways heart. There you go. Got a lesson today. It's a yin yang. It's a love it, hate it kind of thing. Uh, and since the day it was invented and I went to a Microsoft, I forget what they used to call them, Tech Teach, or it'll come to me later, where you always got a t-shirt and whatever. And this was a long time ago when they first invented object-oriented programming. Anyway, MS, meaning Microsoft, shortly thereafter invented Visual Basic. There was nothing visual about it, but what it really was smart language interpreter, allows for stupid people or unskilled. Let me fix my languages. Hold the line, please. Got 2 texts. Sorry, answering a text. Tell a story, George.
pardon me?
I said sorry. I have to answer this text. It's from my mammy. Let's say yay. Never mind all the rest of it.
Load this one up with our vitamins.
So then we are going to say,
You need me to open it?
haha, it's a mystery. Somebody type down in the chat, what does George mean? He's operating in 4D chess mode right now. He's saying code words. Microsoft Visual Basic allows less people, less skilled, let's say, allows less than super nerds with engineering degrees and skills experience to produce. Here we go with the appearance of the visage, the facade. What appears to be software without any thing under the hood. Now, that's a long, long explanation that I just reduced to a short, short thing. And it all leads back to this Discord. And you kids these days, sorry, us old guys, we had to write ones and zeros uphill both ways in the snow back in the good old days through paper punch cards. True story. I have punched
I
the
never had to deal
holes.
with punch cards.
Oh, I've done reel to reel paper tape. And it spoke 4-bit because you could fit that many ones and zeros across about a 1.5-inch piece of paper.
Yep.
Anyway, in order to allow for more software in the world, and people would say, my God, why would Microsoft do that? Because Microsoft in the beginning didn't really want to get out into all the software of planet Earth, master of a jack of all trades is a master of none. They wanted to focus on their operating systems, and whether you called it a overlaid operating system or a GUI like the first Windows versions were, the 2X and the 3X Winders. Microsoft worked very hard because what good is an operating system if there's no software to run on it? So making things like C++ and Visual Basic allowed for less experience, less whatever's to focus on getting something out in the world. And you could bug fix it later. Instead of spending 2 years with a bunch of pocket protector nerds like me telling them it'll be done when it's done, work in progress. You can't rush, blah, blah, blah. Microsoft figured out, you know what? We need to unnerd this industry a little. One good reason is it reduces the costs. If people can graphically design a thing and on the computer they are using, I'm getting to where I would say there would be an activated word. And this is what has become of easy access and all these scripting languages and what I call blobjects. Whoa, you don't have to know the difference between an integer, which is a whole number, and a float, which is down here. what it does, or a floating point number, a number with fractions of numbers in the after a decimal. Here we are, computer programming school. Intro 101, less than 101. This is the intro. If you don't like it, don't take the course. We go fast. It's from a Clint Eastwood movie. Super nerds and skills to produce less than. Appears to be software. So, Microsoft, all the other big, Apple, everybody came up with, we have to make this easier for the garage band programmers to get something out. So yes, the big mega death corporations like Microsoft and Apple had total and absolute control of everything. And from the beginning, all they wanted to do was help creative people. I had a long discussion last night with my lovely lady, my 90%. If there's any good in me, she's 90% of it, maybe 99. We had a long discussion about this, how the difference between logical and creative thinkers, and that you got to have the teamwork, make the dream, and all that other stuff. Don't want to say a copyrighted saying. But big monster monopoly corporations like that fully understood and encouraged, and they used to do soft teach. That's what it was called, soft teach, from Microsoft. And back then, there used to be, oh, it was there and then it went. One of the original database companies that ended up in lawsuits and squished and crushed by Oracle. Maybe it was DBase. I don't remember. Not what is important, but then a little tiny company called Fox Pro came along, or Fox Software, and they made Fox Pro that was a visual database. Draw stuff on the screen, get somebody with a little bit of high school English and high school algebra to put your if-then statements behind the scenes, behind the screens. And sort it. Let the computer sort through. This is what happens in a visual or an object-oriented thing. An object is an object, what I call a blob. You make a screen that has a box in it. And then you call that a prompt. I don't remember what they're called right now, but remember those old things that said, I love a noun. And girly girls fill in the blank. The girly girls played with them. There were books full of them. So this is where object-oriented programming is you say, make box on screen. When user presses enter or clicks OK, do something with box on screen. Under the hood, what an object-oriented or blobject-oriented programming language does is say, and this is the theory behind artificial intelligence. It's just an algorithm or a set of, some programmer wrote the brains for it. I saw a headline this morning. The NVIDIA guy said it's going to be 2 at least more years, maybe a few, before we have what he would call a useful AI. Not reliable, utterly trustable, useful at all. I beg to differ, sir. Under the label of AI, but never mind. So here we're going to talk about. There's only two things that could be in that box on an old text-based screen like I'm typing on right now. And I'll show you a trick. What's good and what's bad. So somewhere a real big brain like me, sitting around writing lots of code, wrote if. What is in the box is a number. Then do some math on it and show it on the screen. And it's called else. But if not number, do some word magic on it and show it being the second time it a result on screen. So that's it. Instead of this thing value or type being type checked up front by the software developer saying this must be a number, not just a noun, not a person, place, or thing. This must be something. If you've ever clicked on the internet and filled out a thing, it has what's called validation, where it says, enter your credit card number. If you try to type letters in the box turns red and says, you can't do that. Object-oriented, basically without validation, requires all this to happen in the background. And then the final, if none of the above, nota. If none of the above, whatever all the ifs you put above the final if. Then put on the screen. And that's just an inside joke for us serious computer nerds that many times, and it still exists, all you'll get is ERR. Because there was an abbreviation back in the good old days when bits and bytes of storage and memory really mattered. We all know what means. It means error. But see, now all somebody has to do is make box and convince end user, type something in the box. And then all this happens behind the hood, under the hood. All built into the compiler or interpreter. Okay. Back to what happened to George and his GH and the Discord soundboard. BOARD. Everybody who is upset by the K, meaning unalive word, go away. Say nanny, 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 and put your fingers in your ears. Long about the year, I don't remember when. I'm sure I said it before that. But absolutely, let's take a walk down Internet Lane. Because we have a rule. We have one written rule here. Me and George. Bring the receipts or shut up. Don't say it. Sorry, George. I'm reading my own Webby page.
No problem.
Find MOBT in October of 2001. I'm going to leave it up there till. Tell me when you see Jar Jar and R2D2 on your screen. George, are you still watching the stream live? Or got it
Yes,
video playing?
got it. It just
Fantastic.
popped up.
All right, now I'm going to close the tab. I was the engine programmer. There's lots of notes in here on this screen below my Smack Jar Jar, do not sue me, Disney. I had permission from LucasArts Entertainments before you ever thought about buying. I can't find the written document, but it exists. I'll go back and sue George Lucas if you sue me, Disney. I love you guys. Even the bad new Star Wars stuff that makes the rest of the world hate Star Wars as bad as I used to. They just don't understand you, Disney. All of the rest of the world. They made you a frustrated inarticulate just like me. Anyway, it was a pretty cool game that I made the night after seeing that fanzine called Phantom Menace. Wrote a whole program to you wave a lightsaber and smack Jar Jar. Therefore, it was called Smack Jar Jar. All right, back off of that. Back to the text file. Lessons. KBFF. Mob Tricks. 2001. This is a huge problem. And I know everything I say seems too long, George, but wait for it. Wait for it. KBFF. Everybody is lots of activating words. Say nanny, nanny, nanny for the next 10 seconds. Ready? Killed by friendly fire. Okay, you nanny nannies can come back now. I won't say it again. I'm not going to type it on the screen. Teamwork, the dream work, all that other stuff. Team. During the development of Mob Tricks, which was supposed to be a competitor to Hyperiums or Hyperniums or some other thing, but gangster 1930s style spoof of old Italian, mostly gangs in space. Massive multiplayer online stuff. The lead creative mind had gone out when a 14-inch monitor that on its best day could be cranked all the way up to the good old days of screen resolutions. 640 by 480 VGA, meaning it had 16,556 colors possible. That was its maximum. All you babies today, you have no idea. Your freaking iPod Touch from 15 years ago had 10 times that, I think. Probably quadruple it. All right. So the lead creative or thought guy, and it was a really good idea for a really good massive online multiplayer game with all kinds of stuff. He came up with ideas. He dumped them off on me. Make it happen. Because that's what programmer nerds do. Well, now remember, I owned 2 computer stores and made my money in computers and everything else. But those things were far more expensive. I don't remember what they were, like $299 maybe. Ask the Google bar. How much did a 14-inch monitor cost in 2001? Oh, come on. That's all right. I know where some old catalogs are.
That's okay. I remember my first 17-inch flat screen. It weighed about 50 pounds,
Yep.
and I got it in 94.
I don't care. Let's call it 199. I'll take it. I don't care if it was 99. Everybody
But it weighed,
owned a 14-inch max resolution. It's what was the absolute most common. And here's why. There weren't 16, 17, 19s or whatever. The next step up was a 21-inch SVGA, meaning double the colors probably. And it wasn't 1024 by 768. It was 2048. I don't remember. It's that big, and it was still square monitor resolutions. We didn't have wide screens back then. You poor babies. Calculator. 2048 divided by 640. It's 3.2. So 480 times 3.2. 1536. Whatever I just said, 2048 by 1536 was the resolution. In other words, 3.2 scrolls left and right or up or down to see what the lead developer could see. I'm getting to a point. Remember this. Everybody following along, remember this. Because here's what's wrong with allowing anybody, and especially the rich guys, Elon Musk, pay attention, to be the boss or the lead or whatever. Read the whole Marie Antoinette thing and understand that I call them cloud dwellers, and remember what KBFF stands for. What KBFF'd mob tricks was this. Development happens on the lead or boss's equipment, not what the rest of, including the consumer, can afford or has access to. How does this blob jet oriented management disconnect apply to Discord and the soundboard? Question mark. Answer. Discord is developed by, for, and on extremely new and giant and up to date computer systems, which GH does not and never will own. Is that making sense, George?
so far.
So here's what happened when you did the soundboard. And remember, I told you your voice crackled out and man, it got bad. And then you lagged out and then you disappeared. Just because you did some donut operator tribute. Yay, donut operator. Thumbs, bell thingies. Don't substitute his fantastic and my neurotic whining about that quack for your own good opinion. Be a critical thinker. Study his videos. He says a lot of really kids these days call it base or based. True. You got to say that ooze forever. Whatever. Really good, smart things. I used to really like Discord, and then YouTube made rules. I mean, Discord. Donut operator. Anyway, YouTube made rules. He tried to work around them. I don't agree with his workaround. It offenses me. Boo-hoo. Hopefully it doesn't offend anybody else on earth. Because I know what I'm missing. Because I won't listen to it. I might not learn something. It's very bad of me. Oh, a donut operator. Pay me to edit your subtitles or captions. Because I do try to watch them with just the subtitles on. But some of the videos, he's disabled the subtitles. And the YouTube auto bot subtitle generator is fantastic. It's in, I don't know what percent, a lot of percent, a high percent, greater than 50. It even deals with voices like mine. However, it leaves a lot to be desired. I have it on my to-do list to make sure that somebody, and right now that would be me and me alone. I need help. First, we got to assemble this team of garage band tubers. Right now it's me and George. We need help. Volunteer basis. Keep a log of your time like I do. So that when we do, speak it into being, get rich and famous and become influencers all over the tubes and the X and even Truth Social. We'll sign up an account over there. Somebody will, I won't. And blah, blah, blah. All that. Someone's got to go in there and make sure that the subtitles and captions are correct. Even though sometimes I really giggle and snort and maybe spit my drinks watching videos on YouTube muted with the auto-generated closed captions. And it's like, I don't have them on all my others. But it should
We're
be
gonna go
on.
over bridle.
Pause that. This button right down here, subtitle / closed captions. See? If you turn that on, see? It even got my voice out in the wind. But very neurotic of me, I would say. That should be a capital W. It missed something. That's why I say it's on a to-do list with an open checkbox next to it. So anyway, back to the other. Let's get back to the other and go back over here. One watching, that would be George. Shame on you, internet. It's another one I need to queue up. But I need a brand new computer and some other kind of stuff and probably external devices. Back to finish this up. Because Discord is developed and tested on probably, let's be cheap and say $1,000 each brand new computers with 128 gig of RAM and 32 to 64 gigs of extra processing and memory, because It's really not a graphics processing unit anymore. It's a second CPU. Modern, all the brands, what we call a video card. Mm. I don't think I owned a 64 gigabytes computer, just main memory, ever. I don't even know what this laptop has, and it's supposed to be a fabulous gaming laptop. But because me and George don't own that equipment, the short version is, and that might be what's happening to George today. George, did you try restarting your computer? Free up some
Not yet.
memory. Do some, well, right now, for quite a while after you work through whatever you work through, because it could just be that there's not enough RAM. Something is in the background, like Windows updates or something, trying to grind away your CPU.
Yeah.
There may be what they call an orphaned, like you got to start your task manager. I don't think I have anything. I was going to put something else on the screen and forgot. Task manager. And see, there's just a lot. For some reason, snipping tool is still running. And I'm probably going to kill it before you even see it. So let's kill it in the snipping tool. It says I have 13 Firefoxes because pop ins, pop outs, pop behinds, and just leaked into memory. Firefox being up here, F Firefox, the main web browser I use. I've been to the edge. There I stood and looked down. That's a Van Halen song. See, it says I have 8 Discord processes running. Just having my Discord window open. This garbage. See how much? Almost 1% and a ton of my RAM is being eaten up by the anti-malware service that's built into Windows. You can't stop it. You can't get rid of it. You'll crash your whole computer for trying to kill it. So it's really not doing bad, taking the total of I'm streaming in medium quality and recording. Medium quality means 2K, not 4K. I'm not, or 4 megs or 4Xs, whatever. 2. Medium quality and Discording and OBSing and having OBS record locally, save the file locally, and upload to stream at the same time. And I'm not smart because I'm still using Wi-Fi or wireless Ethernets during this streaming, which could cause some lag and dropout. I should move everything around in all the places and spaces and put a gigabit wire into my laptop plugged into the back of the router. It reduces latency even if you don't get more upload download speed, the ping time, the transit time for packets. Told you I'm a nerd. Internet world. See? It's got movies and TV. 2 of them. I kill this about every other day. It's got mobile devices. 2 of them. So all this stuff. Wow, look at that. OBS is busy. But OBS is obviously tuned. Somewhere, somebody with some programming skills got in there and did some work. Let's go back and see what Discord's doing. Hey, Discord, what you doing? How you doing? Studio is taking up to 10%. Discord is taking up to 3. See what's happening there? OBS dropped to 2.6, while Discord jumped up to almost 10. Discord is not as well written and optimized and everything else because why? Man, our program seems slow at the development shack. So they said, well, we can buy a faster computer. Now it seems fast. All right, well, you left us all behind. Good friends. I remember what I was looking for earlier. I just don't remember where to find it. Where do you find on a modern Windows 11 computer how much memory it has in it? Nope. Did I lose you, George?
Nope.
Okay. Are we all caught up? Does it make sense why you're struggling with your not purchased yesterday $2,000 computer? All this software, including the Windows, automatically updates itself. You can only get the latest, greatest version, and it was not designed for the equipment that you nor I were running. Their solution to that problem is, which is what KBFF'd mod tricks. I said, I can't see what you want me to program. The clickers, you
Yeah.
created this size of image that the only way I can see it was a special virtual monitor on my development systems that the only way to see what he had put over on those far right, the fourth screen, was to hold the damn arrow key. It took about 2 minutes because it redrew pixel by pixel as it scrolled to the right. And I said, all right, moving on. His answer was buy one of these, and I think he got it used, and I think at the time, I think he got it used on a sweet deal for $1,000. And I said, I can buy 10 of the others, or 3, or 4. Let's say the best on planet Earth. Regular monitor that everybody on Earth had. So he said, "We'll just buy one of those." I said, "Well, you just buy me and the rest of the internet because you're who, including our consumer base. Why are you going to put a game out that only you can play?" Oh. And see, that's the elitist snob attitude. Well, maybe they don't deserve to play it. Look, dude, not everybody lives in their mother's house and doesn't pay any bills. The rest of us want to earn money for our work. The great disconnect. Okay, we got that done, I think. And I'm sure. If it created questions for anybody, type them in the comments. In real time, type them in the chat. Later, after this is not live anymore, type them down below. Bell thingy, subscribe. Make sure you type it down there in the chat. When is the first paint video, George? We'll make that meme. Paint video, George.
Yep.
Hopefully. If if George gets super busy and famous making paint videos, I will happily go be his silent moderator of his chat and keep logs and files and screenshots for George. And you won't have to listen to me. There. Internet. I think I'm funny. Because even if I had stupid money, and I'm sorry, I'm very business minded, I'm not going to go, not only do I not have the money, but when it comes time for things like, say, this stuff took off, somehow we got busy, someone else said, man, it'll take you forever. I'll pay you to help edit my CCs. Anybody? Anybody? Class. I'll do it.
Well, I heard two terms I kind of like for rich people. There's the FU money. You have FU money, and then you have even richer than that, which is F off money, where you
Right.
just tell people in business go F off.
Don't ever forget the little peoples. They're the difference between consumer and customer is just a little bit of spellering.
Yeah.
And when you think and you know you're just too daggone good for your people, bye. Peace out. See you later. Especially when you're trying to produce commercial products. But that's how, over multiple generations, this didn't happen overnight. Used to be schools got leftovers. Schools started out with 20-year-old technology. So they really, if you went to computer school, you had to learn COBOL and learn how to grind.
Oh God, cobalt.
Yep. But nowadays, schools are well funded. They
Exactly.
have, it's another wordplay.
Some.
They, in this particular moment of the conversation, I'm talking about schools and corporations have no sense or sense. I don't know how I spell it. I know how to fix it. And too many dollars. And you cannot buy success in any industry. Sense. It's a wordplay thing. Well, man, you got a lot of dollars and no sense. And the people that have that problem will instantly answer, they should outlaw the penny. It costs more to produce than it's exchangeable for. And that's why the world rewards you with money and the rest of us not. It's trial by fire. That's life. That's what Sanyo says. Does anybody remember those commercials or just me? Do you remember those? Did they have those on the other
No,
coast?
I don't remember them, but I didn't watch Arsenio Hall a lot either.
Oh, I didn't never watched it at all. Zero. No episodes, no clips, no cuts, no takes. Sanyo commercial. That's life. Wow, that's a whole minute long. That must be from a football game. Anyway, it's that song. It says that's life. That's what people say. But everybody knows who Sanyo is. They're still around. Not a sponsor. Could be. Yo, Sanyo.
Is that real or is that memory?
Is it live or is it Memorex? Not a sponsor. Yo! Are they still a going concern?
Yes.
Mem or X Wiki. Tell us all about it. Do you live? No. Oh no, that's their logo. It says defunct 96. Oh my gosh.
It's defunct?
Yep. I knew they'd disappeared. They are owned by Digital Products International.
Oh, they got bought out.
Everybody, we're not going to go through it. I'm not going to read this whole Wikipedia on Memorex. Just know, and we discussed it on a stream the other day. Which reminds me. Because everything leads to the same old things. Mental movies, real movies, synapse snapshots. That means still frame images.
I think I have a few of their cassettes laying around.
That's why I say things like, why can I remember these things? But all the modern stuff, I don't remember. Well, number one, in modern time, I don't see or no one around me watches television. We all watch the YouTubes. So I could probably quote you some pop up really annoy me YouTube ads. But there was a great, fantastic, can't remember his name right now. And we all say sayings from that movie, even those of us that have never seen it. Sandra Bullock, she fine. Sylvester Stallone, Wesley Snipes, they fine. Demolition Man. In Demolition
Funny.
Man, yeah, it's very cool. Everybody, because eventually we'll get
But
around, and we're supposed to be talking about silliness. Let's go ask.
you mentioned Demolition Man.
Oh, look at this.
Fat Electrician has a beautiful video on
Not a
Taco Bell
sponsor.
and how it came up. Yeah, also not a sponsor, and how it came about, and how Pepsi, also not a sponsor, bought it out but not to sell better tacos, but to sell Pepsi, make it more mainstream. And Taco Bell / Pepsi were the major funders for Demolition Man. That's the reason in Demolition Man, all restaurants are Taco Bells.
Oh, the flickering lights. Wait. Warning. Epileptic or other neurologic divergency thing. Wow, those were some flicky lights in that. And it's still going. I'm just not going to show it. The little preview trailer, whatever the heck they got at the top of IMDb. Dear Amazon / IMDb. For Demolition Man.
Amazon did
You
buy IDMB.
you need to fix this auto playing video up top and give people a choice and a warning. I've shown it for just a second more and I'm going away. Oh, Sylvester Stallone, he fine. Not Denzel, he fine. But I'm trying to be fair to everybody. Cassandra Bullock is very something. Yeah.
She's okay. She's okay. Not as
Uh
beautiful as Anne Margaret.
Gotta be careful what we say. They're all equal and everybody's DEI'd in their own equal, egalitarian. It's
Okay,
in the
let's
eye
phrase
of
it
the
this way.
beholder. We're
In
supposed to
my
say.
opinion,
There you go. Thank you, George. In your severely
it's at the same ages.
limited and
Anne
biased.
Margaret is a much more beautiful voluptuous female.
If that's how she chose to identify, yes. We're not misgendering anybody. See how dumb this is? I'm hoping by mocking it the way I do, and it's a half joke, please anybody. Or
Troy
hate
Evans, I forgot he was in that.
if I offend because I say things like that over and over and over, in my opinion, I self
Amazon or
disqualify.
neither Amazon or Freeze is a sponsor, but Troy Evans plays a great character in a show called Bosch.
Well, but in Demolition Man, all, I guess, music and radio stuff is gone. All they have in this future is old, like 1970s and 80s jingles from television. That's what everybody calls radio or music in the whatever year it's supposed to be when Demolition Man happened in the movie.
And
And it's
Free
really
Shell.
cool. I really dug that because I am a wandering utterer of jingle jangle Heimerschmidt jingles, movie quotes, music
Yep.
quotes.
Plop, plop, fizz, fizz.
Yep, that's right. Not a sponsor. All you young kids,
I
you
didn't go
get
through the whole
educated
thing.
this way.
That's because I didn't say the whole thing.
That's all right. I don't know if they exist anymore. Not going to look them up. I know
Yes,
Sanyo still exists.
they do. That
Oh,
company that had that jingle still exists.
well, let's look them up and ask. Again, not a sponsor, but you could be. Holla. They got their own .com. I don't know if they're their own company or if they've been seized up by some.
I'm not sure which one of the big drug companies own them.
The Wikipedia says. Main screen, zoom in, old man eyes.
They're still sale.
Came out of Indiana. Yay, Indiana. Love them corn-fed girls that say yin yang. It's yin. The yin, no G on the first part. Yes, G on the second part. Yang. Corn-fed Indiana waitress girl who's got to be 60 by now. Stop
Talking,
saying that.
looking at what you're showing, I find something interesting is like how products get their name, like Gatorade, because it was invented by a football coach down in Florida. The Fighting Gators.
Uh-huh.
I think that's Fayetteville State. Not Fayetteville. Florida State. I can't remember which Florida University. And he named it Gatorade because it quenched his football players that were Gators.
Oh gosh, there it is again. Wiki is asking to join for 2%. Or no. There. 275 is all they ask. Everybody who has 275 to spare, go give it to the wiki. Sorry, wiki. I don't have 0.75 to spare. History, I guess they're their own thing. Sammy Davis Jr. recorded two versions of the Plop Plop Fizz Fizz jingle in 1978. Rock on.
There's another
Alka-Seltzer.
celebrity. That's another celebrity I miss greatly.
Not a sponsor. We will take your money. We will product place you. We will sing your jingles. Sanyo.
There are no more Rat Packs living, is there? All the Rat Pack is Well,
Long gone.
are there the Rat Pack living?
Wow. Look at that old VCPR. Why is that thing still playing? Stop playing. Preview. All right, let's go. Here we go. Because it's still muted. See? Subtitles
Ooh,
are closed, captions are unavailable.
that's an old machine.
Dear Retro Man, not a sponsor, not an affiliate. Could be. We can help each other out. You've only got 734 viewers on this viewer thing. Man, they don't make women like they used to. I mean, in my humble opinion, I should go to
Remember
re-education
when
camps for saying such a thing or thinking such a thing. I am
remember
a
when
product
buddies
of
of
my generation.
I remember when buddies of mine would get back from Japan and or Germany, generally the army personnel of Germany, Japan was generally Air Force, but they would, they'd have the great latest and greatest cameras or electronics that hadn't hit the United States. The first time I saw a VCR, and he had both VCR and Beta, both I think I think they were both Sony's. He bought them in Japan, and they hadn't even hit the States yet.
This is crazy.
Ooh, the walk.
I was trying to see if I could get any kind of clarity on the image of Dancy Lady. You
No.
kids these days, let me show you something. Actual closed circuit TV picture. All right, there's our little lady. You kids these days with your iPods. Apple's not a sponsor. Let's call it a. Oh, hey, with your smarty pants phones. Screenshot this.
The tactile buttons, clack, clack.
Do you see how
Oh my.
big these machines were that we had to install on the roofs of our houses so that we could watch a movie? It's 1.5 times the size of a grown woman. Oh my gosh. Believe you me, even though that's all careful video editing, this is actually close to, like we discussed earlier, the size of screens and how limiting it was to your life. These may be in the same on the same table in the same set. Maybe. But this is about close to reality, is that's about the size of the color TV you could attach if you could afford one to a video cassette player or recorder. Look at the channel dials on this thing.
TV we ever had in the house. I was in high school, and we bought it at Circuit City, company that no longer exists.
I got my last set of 9.1 surround Creative Laboratory speakers for super video gaming and movie watching home theater experience at Circuit City right before it closed.
Dean, I'm gonna put in a plug because I did mention the name. For those who would like a colorful look at history and some military history, go check out the Fat Electrician. He is funny. Ha
They're
ha,
on the
funny.
screen. So we'll say 1514 GH promo fat. Are we allowed to say that? Oh my god. Body positive, body positive. So I will search it. And I will say the same thing. We are trying to develop anybody that we mention or don't mention, or somebody who happens across this who knows of them. a network of can't we all get along? I guess YouTube hasn't banned his name yet, so we can go look. Wow, 1.42. I have no knowledge. George has sent me a couple of links. Everybody, we're going on George's recommendation. Not a sponsorship, not an affiliation. George says this is a good channel. Go over there,
I enjoy it.
like, subscribe, bell thingy, do his comments, earn him some watch hours, put his channel on a playlist on autoplay and let it play full screen on your computer while you sleep. And then do mine. Help a brother out. Brother is non-gender specific. See how robotically I'm getting good at that? Give him some likes, give him some whatever, and type in his comments. I was sent here by George George H through Dean Wiley's channel. Would you reciprocate? Instead of being those little punk bully trash people of the internet that go over our rating and doing all this other stuff and harassing people on the internet. No. Either kill them with kindness. K them with kindness. Beep. Someone go back and edit a beep over that. Or leave them alone. Go about your business.
Can
Hey,
I
dude.
put a political? May I put a political plug in here?
Hang on. Oh my God. Look, very handsome. Genders unknown. Who is this? Old Spice. Oh, my uncle used to wear Old Spice. They had some really catchy jingles back in the day, too. Cool
Old
commercials.
Spice, High Karate. Uh,
See, in the Old Spice commercial, ad, whatever you want to call it, you can turn on the CCs. Auto generated. Did you know your? No, I didn't know my. Let's go. Did you know your skin is the largest? Uh-oh. What? What are you going to say, guy with a bulgy towel? See how good that is? What a nerd.
I could never use High Karate. I'm not High Karate, but Old Spice. I tried it. Nah,
It was
but I
some
can
kind of
still remember.
whistling, and once upon a time they had pirates on a pirate ship. And then let's skip the ad. Ooh, that's The Patriot with Mel Gibson. Good movie. Not a documentary or a docudrama.
No, by no
Everybody
stretch of
gets
the
all
imagination.
hung up in that's factually, historically inaccurate.
No, and I even had a friend that worked on the movie. He was a blacksmith.
Well,
It is no, it's not accurate by anybody's stretch of the imagination.
if you want to hear documentaries, where did anybody involved in the making of the daggone movie claim this is historically accurate?
Nobody. Now it's a
But
fun
yet
movie to
the
watch.
whole thing, everybody's dragged down, and they're, in their humble opinions that are not humble, is how can you watch that trash? How can you, whatever?
There's some of us old reenacting community of the American Revolution. We have a nickname for that movie. It's called Brave Wig.
I like Braveheart too.
Because,
Not historically accurate.
oh no.
Freedom! And then the noggin bounces into the basket. I love it.
Well, one reason that one's not accurate in the movie, he has kind of a love affair with the Queen of England, or the princess that marries what becomes the King of England. The problem is, when William Wallace was alive, the princess that he supposedly had an affair with and got pregnant was only somewhere between 8 to 12 years old.
Oh no. He sells the bleach. I'm not gonna sponsor his sponsors. See, this is the thing.
His
He
is
said
adult content.
a not allowed word or something that sounded close. You never know.
Oh yeah, he uses adult language.
But the YouTuber, Google-based YouTuber AI, whatever you want to call it, the algorithm that auto-generates subtitles and closed captions, puts hard bracket, couple of underlines or underscores wherever it thinks it heard a bad word, a not allowed word. I go to a lot of videos that I'm watching and turn the CCs on. And if somebody knows a better way, help me out. Or just scroll. This is how I'm assembling my own list of, hey, don't say that word. Or if you do, you got to go back and scroll your own subtitles, people. For 21 days straight is probably effing. Mm. And I will. I'll go read that daggone transcript somewhere. Show the transcript. And it's supposed to automatically sync in content where you're at. There it is. It caught up. I know. Anybody else out watching the stream behind me is not seeing it as fast as I am. Uh, see, like, I'm gonna
It
leave.
takes him.
Do you see the? Tell me when you see the my little finger pointing icon hand pointing up under the G word, George.
Okay.
I haven't seen it anywhere else yet, but I did watch a video the other day where every time it said that G word, it replaced it with that.
Huh.
This boxed underscore. That's why I'm
Yeah.
trying to be careful and make sure I don't say it.
Same thing with the alter term for that tool.
And I didn't see one yet. He may know this and may not waste the time or spend the time to fix all this because we saw in the beginning there is a long inline ad for the
Yeah.
sponsor of this video. So this may
Huh?
not be a monetized video anyway. He may just know, well, I got to have sponsors because YouTube ain't going to pay me for a video that contains the G word and the F word. But this is how I go try to educate myself. Like, see right there, it says music. There was probably some copyrighted music in there that the ear that is the AI algorithm, it heard it. Duke it out away from home. In addition to that, it's also going to put the British in the new mindset of, oh, something. We're the ones, just for your hearing impaired people, they do live out here on planet Earth. Streamers, influencers, tubers. This makes no sense the way it's written, and I'm not going to let it play and hear what it says on this guy's thing. I'm just saying hypothetically, in general. You could cost yourself one or two. You never know. And it's something I learned in business. And the guy, Carl, with a K, that I worked for in the first public open computer store I ever worked at, he used to always say, especially in California, don't exclude anybody. No, he wasn't a DEI guy. And he'd give his long old man talk about, the guy that comes in with a hole in his sweatpants and his whatever t-shirt, and you don't treat him good because he's not wearing a suit and a tie. What he
Might
used
be
to
very
always
rich.
say, Bill Gates in 1985.
On the side of the United States long enough, I'm willing to bet you've run into a few good old boys that go around in coveralls, either t-shirt or flannel shirt, and at any given day they might be walking around with almost $10,000 in their pocket for
The,
buying whatever.
the point he made about, if you're going to, in sales, in marketing, whatever, if you're going to pick on the guy because he's not perfect,
Yeah,
it's coming up on the
there's a
screen.
there's a prime example. I'm going to not use company names or a dealership where the founder of the dealership had semi-retired, and he'd periodically go into the dealership to his office to do little things. Came in one day and he saw a longtime customer. He's got a old beat up, dirty ball cap on that had a chewing tobacco label on it. Old white T-shirt and coveralls and work boots, and he's standing there waiting. And all the young salesmen were just walking around him, dealing with other customers and stuff like that. And they went in and greeted each other and went into his uniform and said, "How can I help you?" And he says, I came in to get my wife a new Cadillac and a new luxury car, and I need a new farm truck for one of my employees." And they were dealing, and he left, and the owner or semi-retired owner calls all the salespeople together and says, "Y'all ignored a customer. Not and I attended to him. Not only did he buy a farm truck for his farmhand, he brought one of the big new luxury trucks, what we used to call cowboy Cadillacs, uh, and his wife a new tripped out luxury car that we sell. And he paid in cash. You see this as he thumbs the bills back? That's And he pulled out so much, he says, "That would have been your commission. Now it's mine," and stuck it in his pocket. Don't judge a book by its cover.
Unless you cover but another. Yes. So back to Carl, back to the lesson. Before he got into computers, what Carl was into was sales. He sold women's clothes. He sold all kinds of stuff. I don't remember all the things. He always ground himself through life after he got out of the Air Force. SIGINT. Shout out to Air Force decoders. Uh, Somewhere, and he claimed, I can't prove it. I can't even find him on the internet or his daughter anymore. Carl, Sherry, if you're out there and somebody gets this across to you, you left an impression. You done good, both of you. And the story that Carl told Doesn't matter if it's a legend or not. It's a good business story, a good sales story. And like George just said, don't judge your books by a cover. Is that while he was working somewhere that sold business attire or gentlemen's clothes, might even have had some on site tailoring or whatever. That stuff is a lot more common in Los Angeles and Los Angeles County than it will be in Harnett County, Dunn, North Carolina. The story that he tells is that not this guy. I don't know who that is on the right. I'm sure I could click and find out. I don't care. Two guys highly involved in a business, and they were in town on a trip, blah, blah, blah. They had a little Washington company in 1985. Came in looking for, they needed this or that to go to a meeting. And the owner of the clothier or clothier or whatever you call it, gentlemen's attires, suits and ties and money clips and stuff, ignored who he said looked like one of them damn Beatles and didn't even have his damn collar buttoned. That dude can't buy no clothes. And tried to pay attention to the guy that was with the legend. Here's the rumor. And I don't, Carl never lied to me about anything else. So hey, Bill Gates, not a sponsor. Microsoft, green screened old Microsoft. I was right there with you, bruh. You could be a sponsor too, sir. But here's the lesson, the legend. So the owner of the shop supposedly treats this mop top, can't button his damn collar, doesn't wear a tie, scruffy young guy like shit. And poop, I mean poop. Go edit the bad word out of the CCs. And treats the other guy with blah blah blah, and the other guy was his chauffeur or something. His nothing. The other guy couldn't spend money, and it cost this clothiers all the business of Mr. Bill Gates and Microsoft. So Carl was always busy telling all of us that worked in any business of Carl's, I don't care who comes in here. I don't care if you know it's the homeless guy out on the sidewalk. And he wandered in here and said, "Could I use your bathroom?" And the answer's been no for 10 years. All right, maybe this one time, yes, because you never know. What if this guy was in the neighborhood? Now we would say Elon Musk. Back then, this was the richest man on earth. Probably still is, but knows how to hide his money better. Not so braggadocios about it. What if that guy went and told somebody who doesn't look like something to work as sort of a auditor or mystery shopper?
Or
And if,
as the TV show, also not a sponsor, Undercover Boss.
yeah, but I mean, what if and that's how Carl operated. We treated everybody with whatever and respect and as if they could buy the whole place because of Carl's one bad experience or whether he made it up or not. It tells a good story. What if and go back and see my other two videos and go read the freaking PPS book on the internet? It's free. Are all your personal biases and your hatred of the Beatles mop tops out of England and your silly old man attitude of men who don't wear ties are not men at all? What if that cost you a relationship with the richest man on earth? Oh well, thanks, Carl Moreland. If If somebody out there can get the message, good story, good answer. It helped us out a lot with our sales in a computer store. Yep.
This wasn't a sale deal with sales. I was about 9 and went to a family reunion, and one of the cousins parked a very expensive, fine vehicle out in the where the cars were being parked, and the car was called an Excalibur, and everybody was looking. A lot of the not all, but a lot of the relatives were looking to who drove it in because it had one of those. It had very unusual chrome for its mufflers versus being silver chrome. It was gold chrome, and they couldn't find who drove it in because they kept looking for people in the expensive suits. But the person who owned the car was sitting next to my dad in coveralls, work boots, and a flannel shirt, talking about when they were kids. But none of the other relatives that were outside the area could find him because they kept looking for someone in a real fancy suit or something. And someone said, "You know who drove that Excalibur?" And he looked him dead in the face. He goes, "Nope, I have no clue who drove that vehicle," because he didn't want to be bothered with a bunch of questions. Or, "Can you give me a ride?"
Uh-huh. See, like right here, and if you see of a thing or hear of a thing, George, let me know. Anybody else? Comments. Stick it in the comments. Give me a link. Could you, if you went in and edited your own subtitles and captions, which you can do, or you can assign that task to others that do stuff on your, if you allow it, you could have people in your team. Everybody I watch, please pay me some money. Can you, like, either leave the box and right next to it put in parentheses poop? I can figure out what he meant right here. I use the term too much myself, but others may not know. And if they're hearing impaired or they're at work, which nobody would do, nobody will watch a YouTube video at work, and they've got it muted with the CCs on. Not, I've never seen that. All bosses of planet Earth, it's never happened, but it theoretically could. I thunk it up myself. Yeah, that's the ticket. You might want to be able to explain in your captions what the word that was removed was. Are you allowed to do that by replacement? Like saying poop. Can we say poop? Anyway, if somebody gets definitive with a link answer to that, I want to hear what your opinion is. Thank you. I have my own, and I'm going to try it on maybe one of my own videos someday. I got dug into it deep last night. Just trying to keep everybody together is like blank. Bleep. Okay, fine. I don't care. Just I can't guess what word got bleeped out of there. So could somebody go in here and parenthetically or in another set of hard braces, or can you just replace that with a hint at what the keyword? I just call them keywords because you never know. He might have said that RE. That everybody was running around now typing and saying regarding or regarded. meaning the other one. Let me give it a pause. A T instead of a G after the re. I wish everybody would just find another word. Stop it. Give it up. You're not being funny. It confuses me. And so what if it's just me? You never know. Maybe I'm out here secret shopping for the rich guy. I'm not, but I could be. Because I'm out here telling, let's see, CEO of you. This is how much I know. I don't even know who the CEO is, and I don't know how to pronounce that. I don't want to offend it. Neil, number one. That other Zuckerberger hot or not improvement called Duh Facebook has a pronunciation key for your name. How do you say it? I don't want to offend you, and I don't know your pronouns either. CEO, YouTube, Neil, starts with an M. M period. Last name M. If the algorithm and the AI and the everything else says that I was talking about you, speaking about you, live streaming about you, I remember Susan. Neil, sir, could you pay me to write some clear instructions? Do some videos. Don't fire me. Don't close me out. I'm not whatever. I need me some money. Well, we didn't get kicked off the internet yet, George. But I'm wondering if the bot is smart enough. And I didn't say his last name because I can't. I believe in burning bridges and, calling highly placed people in my state government out. But, they ain't never done nothing for me but tyrant me. Don't burn bridges with very important people. Be nice. Wow, you're really fixing YouTube, sir. Great job. Oh, if you go by, sir. All right. That's enough of the other F word. 3 letters. Can't say anymore. Electrician. Body positive. He's the body positive electrician. And he doesn't appear that. Maybe I just don't understand. I have to go back and watch his about me videos and why I chose that name. Where are we at? Hey, George.
Yes.
Do you have anything in particular, like we can look up another old commercial or something?
Mary Tyler Moore used to be the devil hot girl and did song and dance for Hot Point Stoves.
And then I have to say, because I looked over, I don't know how long ago you typed it, but hi, my mammy. Thanks. Strange lady. Wow, we are getting some reach. I had a chance. Heart. It's less than 3 equals heart, mammy. There, it converted it.
Is that your mother?
Yep. Elizabeth Wiley.
Hi.
Hello, Elizabeth Mammy. Here speaking to Mr. George Hintz. He's a friend of mine. He's in south of me in North Carolina. I'm already self-doxed. You can go click on, I put it up on the screen earlier. My website where my business address is. Internet stalkers, go there. My whamming's there. You make my whamming afraid or cry. I'll make yours afraid forever. Just saying. In a video game. Hypothetically. In my opinion. Allegedly.
A very
If I knew,
interesting person.
yeah, if I knew how at all, mammy, I would send you a link or something that allowed you to get on this voice thing and have a little circle up there with me and George. I just got done saying, nope, no audio. I don't know how to make that happen. It goes through a program called Discord, and the only way I figured out was using many instruction books and everything else that it's privatized to me and George only right now. And I don't know how to tell you to set up an account and everything else. Or you could have another little circle but without a handmade icon. Mine is the yin yang on the stream, on the live feed. George's is I think it's a bear. Is that a bear, George?
Yep. Yep.
Well, without a custom icon uploaded to your special Discord, whatever Discord thing is, account, it just puts the first initial of your name. So you'd have a big old E up there. Maybe later, because the more the merrier. We just have to be careful when we're learning all these new terms and terms that we can't use anymore.
I agree with you. He needs to do more.
Anyway, Mammy, you type, and George, she may have slowed down a couple minutes. And it's another romp down memory lane we can go down one day. Back before computers and computer keyboards and everything else, the IBM Selectric 2 was the IBM Selectric #2 typewriter.
I know. My dad had one.
It was the choice of anybody that had money and wanted stuff done. God, look at that thing. Used and refurbished is $800. If that's how
My
you
dad
roll.
had my dad had an IBM typewriter, electric typewriter, where he could replace the ball. It was a ball typewriter,
Yep.
and he could pull the balls out and put a different one in, and it would change the font.
Right. Several types of IBM had that. And the ball accounts for far faster than traditional typewriter things. The original Selectric came out in 61.
My dad, using his two fingers, or actually 4 fingers and thumb was mostly for space bar, could type 75 words a minute using his pointer fingers and his salute finger, as I would like to call it, the middle finger. And
And now this is a very, let me zoom this up on the screen. Because I can maintain easily 90 to 101 words a minute with some errors. Error free 90. This is not, the screen will catch up eventually. Remember, Jacoby and Meyer used to let me take that Selectric home so I could work from home. And you guys could go
I
out on your bikes and etc.
I failed typewriting class.
Yes. Meme. And coincidentally, We were going to talk about something just like that. I shouldn't type all that, but see how fast I type that? Internet's. This 186 words per minute is not exactly accurate.
Yeah. My sister-in-law types so fast. I don't remember what her word speed is a minute.
The rotating camshaft allowed for, that's the shaft under the ball,
Yeah.
to strike as quickly as 20 milliseconds. A part of a millisecond is a thousandth of a second.
At least until she lost her eyesight. She could type so fast, she would have to stop and let the computer catch up with her.
But this is all statistics and averages and numbers, and I have a logic and engineer brain. If you pulled one of the balls out of one of those IBMs and looked, some of those letters are very far apart. It
Yeah.
says it could strike as quickly as. Like if you did two letters that are side by side on the ball, like E and a consonant that comes with E a lot, D. D and E. Then yes, you could get as little as 20 milliseconds apart or 20 thousandths of a second. But if you did one of them other letters like Z, Z for you not Americans, and O, then you might only be getting 300 or 3/10 of a second, which reduces you down now to 3 characters per second, which is 0 words per second. So that this would drop right down to 70 or 80 words per minute. Real world typing. And my mammy typed in the chat. Anybody out there on the internet, let the chat replay play about her Selectric. In the era she's talking about, and put a pin in kids getting to ride their bikes in the streets.
Without helmet.
Oh, God. Anyway,
Making ramps out of concrete blocks and plywood, pretending you're evil Knievel.
my aunt had just gone to work for, I believe at the time, I shouldn't look this up on the screen, I should look it up. Los Angeles Councilman. Baxter Ward Wellenbach. Rip O2 Baxter is who my aunt went to work for. At City Hall. At the big house in downtown Los Angeles. The secretary pool, not allowed to say that anymore. The executive administrative assistants and keyboard professionals.
That's a mouthful.
Yeah. I was just rambling. First thoughts. Had heard legend of my mother. And since that's what they did all day on their IBM Selectrics and Selectric 2s at City Hall and the county, whatever, the big buildings downtown, 6th Street, they would run these every occasional. Who can out type Liz? Eva's sister. In the giant city. I mean, I bet that room, to a little kid, it seemed like there was 1,000 women in there banging away at the typewriters. And what they would do, because my mother was in law school, remember that the guy's half pipe. Yep, I do remember. So when they all felt like they had their Wheaties, not a sponsor, back in the good old days, look up the commercials yourself on YouTube. And my mother corrected me on something. But hey, maybe I was a kid. What the important part of it is a room that probably had 30 to 40, mostly women's, sitting at these extremely expensive, the best money can buy, latest, greatest IBM machines so that the work of the county or the city of Los Angeles could get done. Like sitting there listening to on big old headphones, whatever the meeting, city planning, and having to transcribe it and stop the tape, rewind the tape, go back, like I was talking about, edit the CCs. They had to transcribe those things manually. Typing used to be a thing. My mom says at least 1,000. I knew that was a big, seemed like a million. There was an entire city worth of people sitting in that room with them typewriters, and it is an electronic machine. They generate heat through their little electric AC/DC converter power supplies. The room would actually get hot above the capability of freaking air conditioners at the time from
I
all
have
the
a
typewriters.
I have a friend north of both of us, still in the state. He worked as a mainframe repair person, and periodically they had to change out these air conditioners for mainframes. And he'd take the old ones out that they were just throw away, and he'd rework them, and he'd stuck them in the back of his truck when he go camping, so he could take a car battery and run AC units off and keep cool in the back of his truck when he was camping.
Yep. And I know
Or
that
all,
I'm not supposed to do anything that I can't provide a link to or whatever, but my mother's here. She can verify the story. Holy cow. See, my mother types too fast. And just so you know, Mammy, I have two screens. One that I can see if I zoom it, which is the one you're seeing. But the chat that I get to see is in this app on the other tiny little screen. So here we go, without moderation, because I do not believe at all that my mother would say something up there that will get us banned from the interwebs. She was so fast and efficient, she was the one chosen to transcribe the meetings, reports, and police reports and the Bobby Kennedy assassination. That is cool. Cool camping. She said, whatever you said, George,
yeah,
was cool.
yeah, yeah. I know. I can read it.
Okay. Well, my mammy still thinks I'm talking about my Aunt Eva. Rip. R.I.P. My another mother, my sainted Aunt Eva. No, my
Well,
mother. My aunt and everybody in the typing pool room downtown would have these every so often periodicals. Little dude. Like, ha ha, my mammy kicked all of your lady butts. And I'm sure there was money involved, but little kids don't know about stuff like that. What stuck forever and evermore, and I don't know how old I was, it was in the middle of the 1970s. As we all packed up, rode VW bugs to downtown Los Angeles to where Baxter Ward's place was and all that. And in speed competition, no clue what you're going to get. There was about 10 or 11 or 12 or 20 of them. The fastest, the best that Los Angeles had to offer. Professional typers. My mom was busy being a single mom, trying to run her own daycare, trying to work, volunteer at a hospital, intake and become a police dispatcher and all this other crap trying to feed her babies and put up with a large, became very large and popular band getting drunk and smoking cigarettes in her garage. She was not an 8 hour a day paid practice what you're doing. So we all packed up, went down there, went into the hot typewriter room, maybe as many as 20. Tried to outrun her. See who was the fastest on an IBM Selectric. She jammed the damn thing. She typed faster than the fastest ever known electromechanical typewriter. Computers might be able to keep up a little bit, but I don't remember what it was. A big party, and Eva had made cookies, and my Aunt Eva loved to cook stuff.
You talking about faint memories? My father's brother, my uncle, was the youngest person to get his commercial captain's papers to run commercial ships in history. Because right after he busted their test, they upped the age where you had to be 18. He got it at 13. But jumping forward, when I was about 5, he occasionally would take a commercial fishing boat out. I remember putting on that stupid May West because you had to wear a life preserver, even though if you could swim. Riding his boat that he would take out, he'd take out people out deep sea fishing. Right where the buckle was up front is generally where I'd get a sunburn. Or burn because the metal would heat up from being in the sun.
Uh-huh.
One of these days, I'll bring you one of my school pictures from that time period. I looked very Aryan. Aryan. Peh.
Allegedly.
Blonde hair, bronze skin.
All right. Read my mommy's chat and answer her on the internet. I'm going to go let out some fluid and refill a cup of fluid. George, Elizabeth, George. George, you get to practice your streamer role. Look at that last chat. I forgot something. And then answer to it in chat mode. I'll be right back.
The only relative I know we had out in that neck of the woods, to use a vernacular, is I should say, my mother had a cousin who was I forgot what they call it. It's like a set director, but it's not a set director. It's the person that it's on a TV show that makes sure all the props are in the same location from scene to scene. She worked before she retired. She worked on the Murphy Brown show, and when the Murphy Brown show went off the air, is when she finally got to retire. Most of my family that I know of is on this side of the Rockies. I had a great aunt. I guess that's what you'd call your grandmother's sister, who was a trainer for the El Paso Sheriff's Department or Police Department, something like that. Most of my family's on that I know of, with a few exceptions, are on this side of the Mississippi. Yeah. She might have been a prop coordinator, but she had the title director in her name. are in her title. My aunt showed it to me one time on she was watching the Murphy Brown show. And says that's one of your second cousins once removed. I went, oh, okay. I never really watched Murphy Brown. That was not my favorite show or movie Candace Burton did. These days, I'm not a super fan of Candace Burton.
Oh, I am
I
back.
like the,
I forgot that,
I
but
like
it's
the,
funny to
I
jam
like,
that. The
I
supervisors
like the
at the
stuff her
fest.
father did. I think it was called props direct or set props direct, something like.
And my brother and I just put the chat up on the big screen again so I could, well, I don't know, let the world have it recorded for posterity. And so I could read it.
There, it is being recorded as we go along. You just have to open up the chat box.
Right. I have to be very careful how I move it because it's part of the Discord app.
Every week. I was doing a Highland Games out in Denver, Colorado. I had never been as an adult in Colorado. And and all of a sudden, walking out of the clear blue, I meet a cousin who I had never met before in my life. His mother and my grandmother were cousins here in North Carolina. You're right. It's a very small, small world. And it gets even smaller because I live near a major military base. And so I meet people from all over the world on a regular basis. I think most of my life I've been around a military town. First it was a Marine base, now it's an Army base. Moved
I
quite a
don't
few
remember
times
if
from
you've heard it or not, Mammy. It used to be probably 200 times. 1.2 billion times on my Facebook, but that got cancel cultured. My whole Destiny thing, like it says on the "Do you believe in destiny?" on the thumbnail from yesterday. And you'll see it and you'll hear it. It's basically my version of a steal away from Casablanca. Another great movie. Five of five, 10 of 10. You know, of all the gin joints in all the world, she walks into mine. And George has heard it many times. He's taken classes and helped me with classes and everything else. I teach to everybody that I try to teach to, or just I encounter coworkers, bosses, employees, friends, acquaintances, well met sir or senoritas.
Yeah, I can honestly say you've worn several hats.
8.
Instructor, friend, supervisor. Because remember I worked under you.
Yeah, sort of.
I know you try to block that time period out.
No, I'm because I really try to. Let me finish the one thought. I try to. We'll skip ahead and do it. I try to go with the round table mentality.
Yes.
And then back to the other thought. I forgot. So that's all right. Yes, round table. Oh, the other thought, finishing that up. When I started having to do things like teach or and I have no idea, I don't think my mother even knows. It was a very dark time in her life. In high school at the Catholics and the Franciscan monks, they stuck me into R word. We can't say anymore. 4 letters. Ends with 8. There we go.
Remedial?
Intervention. Yeah. And crisis counseling. Because always and forever, For some reason, people will talk to you, Dean. And even though I hate them and loathe them and they disgust me, a certain archdiocese and all their minions, the locals and the trade school, tech school, it was high school and college and trade school, was run by a Franciscan subdivision of monks slash brothers underneath the Catholic overlord church. And it was the brothers, not the priests and all the others, who had somehow identified that, hey man, people will talk to you, blah, blah, blah. We need you to talk to these girls, like whose daddies and uncles had just had a man party on an underage girl the night before. And it's just something I figured out and tied all my life to Casablanca in the whole world. And back when I started this garbage life, my life, teaching, training, listening, that's the most important part about counseling, counselors. You must listen. Actively listen, the book says. I can always tie this back to even the mistake things. So, do you believe in destiny? Here's what my thing about destiny is. Back when I started this, there was a little under 2 billion with a B people on planet Earth. Now there's a little over 8.x billion with a B people on planet Earth. And in this case, here's the three of us. Me, whoever this Elizabeth lady is. Not a sponsor. Yes, the sponsor, the only one. And our good friend, good King George. Out of 8 billion people on planet Earth, sharing our wealth of experience, information, wisdom, and knowledge with each other. Anybody else who missed it, their destiny lies upon a different path. And that's exactly what you guys were just saying. How small the world is in Candice Bergen. Candice Bergen used to hang out with Ron Kovic. That's the guy who wrote the book Born on the 4th of July and ran for president, and Tom Cruise made a movie about him. George?
Yes.
Good friend of my mother. When we were very, very poor and homeless, he took us off the streets and let us live in his house. Several hats. Soon to run in the family. So that's the destiny story. Do you believe in destiny? Because I do. Because there we were. There we are. We encountered each other. And then we'll go back to something my mother said. See, is it a plan? Is it a vast right wing conspiracy? How could we all be accidentally across the same things? It's down in the description, Mammy, but I keep putting my stuff on screen because I'm trying to document as I go. The dot plans. Get a plan written. I'm trying to stay out of the deep end because I'm a shallow person. True story. We'll do a couple of snorkel depth looksies below the surface today. Maybe we'll see some fish. That's the way the local, it's a true story. Chinese woman, who's my little China girl. The next one, another. Who writes this? Anyway, George sent me. She says she doesn't say fish. She says wish, like it has a W in it. And she has never said, "Oh baby, just you shut your mouth." That's a David Bowie song. My mammy. George sent this morning a link to a Fox News thing, which YouTube had already taken down or Fox News had already taken down, so I had to search it and dig it out another way. And yes, I used Fox News because that's who George sent a thing to. I don't endorse them or sponsor them, and they sure as heck don't know that I exist. You can fix that, Fox News, not a sponsor. A Georgia mother was arrested for letting her 10-year-old son walk to the grocery store less than 1 mile away without supervision. Uh-oh, the mammy typed. The mammy typed, actually, when I sold Temple City House and moved to Granny's, it was not great. Ron's brother Jack asked Ron if I could lease the house. She is, she did not want Jack to ruin it. Huh, that didn't work out. Sorry, Jack, if you're out there. You were in a time. Party time. Excellent. I did learn some guitar playing lessons from Jack. Learned far better guitar playing lessons from someone else. Nameless for now, not a sponsor. Okay, so Georgia mother arrested for letting her 10-year-old son walk to the grocery store. And before, in the pre-gaming of this, I keep calling them shows. I decided whether we do them live or we put them together and then go sit down and grind for 2 months trying to edit it
Whether we
into
do them live
something.
or Memorex.
Yes. Or catchy. Edited and uploaded later. Part of our pregame was discussing the fact that Once Upon a Time in America, another movie, very good one. Not only did my mammy let us go, and like she typed in the chat a while ago when talking about typewriters, scroll the chat back. And not only the ramp, and that poor guy Mike, I can't remember his name, tried to use the little tiny ramp that was designed for skateboards and jump his bike over 2 or 3 stacked up trash cans and bunny hop at the end of a jump, and came down on both of his arms and broke the hell out of both wrists, arms, forearms, and had them flappy arms. And we grew up hard and tough with a good, hard, tough mother who had us in the emergency room. So when his bones were sticking out of both of his forearms and blood squirting everywhere and his hands flapping down at an odd angle, I laughed until I almost passed out. His name was Mike. Sorry, Mike, I did. Another guy who I understand from my brother grew up to become some kind of doctor or something, and I'm not going to say his name. Spent far too much money on BMX bicycles and jumped his bicycle off the turd heaps, the Bandini Mountains. Not a sponsor, it's a fertilizer company. We had a nursery local to us, and they had real mountains of composting cow and horse poops, I guess, that would eventually bubble into fertilizer. And us crazy kids would go flatten out pieces and parts and ride our bikes up and jump our bikes over and jump off the top of these things on our bikes. They were probably 18 to 25 feet tall, these mountains. So this other dude over purchased bicycle parts and jumped his bicycle without tightening down the seat clamp that clamps the seat to the overpriced alloy metal post. So one of the first times he ever went across the mountain of turds, he tightened his butt cheek so hard when he realized what he was doing that he suctioned the seat off the post in between his butt cheeks.
I know you remember this term, the old banana bikes.
Yeah. Mostly they come at night. Most of the ones that everybody had were made by Huffy.
Well,
So anyway,
I had a Huffy, and where the front part of the seat locks down to the little post
mhm,
that sits in the middle
yep.
had busted loose, and I was showing somebody that my seat there wasn't connected. Wouldn't you know it? That's when I hit a bump, and the bike bounced. I landed on the seat, and my finger got caught between the seat and that little post thing. That was the first time I ever lost a fingernail. Dad promptly drilled holes through the seat and
Oh,
and bolted that thing so it could never come off again.
back here from the end of the tangent. So this dude, when he realized that he was going to, I don't know what, he then stuck both of his legs out, straight out from his body, like in a perfect splits. And it is an 18 to 25 foot drop. You can damn near reach terminal velocity. Teen or tweenage child boy on your overpriced alloys and whatever bicycles that your friends didn't tighten up your seat clamp enough. So when he kicked his feet out to the side, I don't know what he thought he was going to do. Fly. Legs are wings. That bicycle seat flew out from between his suction cupped butt cheeks. And when he hit the ground, that neat, corrugated or whatever you call it, alloy, super lightweight seat post went through his pants and his underpants perfectly into his butthole
Ow!
and sunk about a foot into that thing.
Out. He got
And it was a very
impaled.
awkward moment for a crowd of teenage and tweenage boys who first had to stop laughing
Yeah.
and then render first aid and assistance to our poor friend. Yes, I remember all
Why
crazy.
is it? It seems like anytime when we were kids, the only time we ever got injured is when we were purposely showing off. I still remember jumping my bike. My aunt had come to Wilmington to visit, and I was showing her how I jumped the bicycle, and I got a good running start. Now this is flat, and I pulled that perfect wheelie right off the end of the ramp, so I could land on that back tire, and all of a sudden the bike starts coming out from underneath me.
1623.
And when I
Start rolling
landed
out
face first, flat as a fritter, and
bikes.
then bounced off off the asphalt. Just because I said, "St. Clair, watch this." St. Clair was called my aunt. Mad at me if I use the term aunt, not it's not a bug that crawls on the ground.
Backspace. Click it. Click it. Don't stream it, dream
But
it. Don't dream
I
it,
was the
stream it. So
I was the
anyway,
few. I was one
yeah.
of the few. I'm responding to your mother's text. I was one of the few kids and adults, knock on wood. I never broke a bone. I had friends that broke bones and ripped muscle tissue. I remember a friend of mine when I was in a care facility such as nursery school. We were climbing on the swing set, and he had hooked his arm up over the top of the swing set and caught that part between your forearm and your bicep on one of those bolts, and he couldn't hang on anymore, and he gave way, and the bolt ripped his muscle tissue from away from his arm as he fell. After they reattached it at the ER, and what was this was 1969, because I was about 4, and it was nursery school because my brother was not home, so mom would put me in this nursery school. And what was funny, not funny, sad, his father was a firefighter. His grandmother owned the nursery care, and his mother worked there. So there was no way he could blame someone else for what he did. And they rushed him off to the emergency room in Onzo County. And he came back the next day, and he not only did it take lots of stitches, I don't remember how many, he had to have a cast from his hand to his shoulder in a right angle for 6 months before he could start physical therapy. And then he got to go see my mother, who was the chief physical therapist at Onslow County Memorial Hospital at the time. All because we were showing off to some girls.
Yep.
You know,
So,
Dean,
here we
women
go
will
back.
kill us one of these days.
Not careful, they'll do it with good reason. Be a better whatever you are, whatever you identify as. So, letting your children walk to the grocery store, a 10-year-old. Somebody get out there to the state of Georgia. For two of the last ones, I ragged pretty hard on the state of Georgia and Kemp. I don't even remember right now. The governor of Georgia. Why not? Even though I'm the one who said, "Hey, don't burn them bridges."
Yeah.
You're tough. You can take it. Governor, master, sir, elected and selected superhero. Best governor ever. Biggest, best. Nobody better. Yeah, letting the kid. There were other incidents involved, but we did discuss before we went live on the tubes, mammy, that not only did you let us, and you mentioned earlier, riding a bike. Well, I didn't have a bike. We took the neighbor's mean green machine and his big wheels and rode them down big steep hills in the foothills of Altadena, California, in the middle of the road. And
I
when
remember.
somebody went and told his dad, the owner of the mean green machine and the big wheels, that we were probably getting up to 20, 25 miles an hour, really tearing it off and doing it in the middle of the road. And he came, because somebody had called the neighbor guy's dad to tell him, get them little hooligans, those riffraffs, those truants out of the streets. Well, dad was the assistant under sheriff of the local substation. So him and a bunch of deputies came out there and closed the road for us. It didn't help. Boys will be boys of all ages.
Oh yeah, I still remember getting cardboard boxes, and there was a few in Jacksonville. There was a few, but in Durham there's quite a few grassy hills, and sometimes not so grassy hills, and ride the cardboard off the cardboard boxes down the hills like they were sleds. And if there was grass, if the grass was moist, you could get some speed up on a cardboard box.
My mom says once we rode the shopping cart home from the market. I believe it. I don't remember it, but I believe it. We were kids. We were young once and kids. That's
Oh
another
yeah,
Mel Gibson movie.
I still remember Smokey with the red wagon at my dad's had a rope with a knot tied to it, and we'd sit in the wagon, and Smokey the dog, we'd get him to bite on the knot, and he'd pull us in the wagon, and the number of times that thing overturned. Still remember my stepbrother accidentally turning the riding lawnmower too tight, and it went up a tree and then fell back on top of him, and that's how he broke his arm.
I do not see any way to increase the view size or the font of chat on the tiny little window. But oh well, back to the other thing.
Yes.
What we were talking about earlier, Mammy. We talked offline, not on the video. That not only was I allowed at probably 5 years old, with or without my much older brother who was 7. Not only were we allowed to go to, I believe it was called Market Basket. It was, I don't know how long, and I told George offline that I might go try to look it up. We were forced to, given pockets full of coins from the band that I'm not going to name here and the famous musicians who were just some guys that made trouble for my mother in her garage. Destiny. Ha ha ha. So that we would stop bugging them and whatever. Out would come the nickels. The lead singer wanted payday candy bars that he would pick and bite the peanuts off of and throw all the rest away. Little factoid. But go
Your
get
grocery
us
store
some
was called what?
Market Basket.
Yours was Market. Mine was the AMP.
Go get us some candy, some sody waters. No, that's what my grandfather called them. I don't remember what they called them. One of the band members called it pop. Go get me a pop. Go get us something, but get out of our garage because we have to rehearse. And the guitar player of the band was psychotically driven that don't waste his time. We're here to rehearse if we're going to play. And it's lessons I learned that carry through to life that led to big things, small things, other things. Conditioning. He truly believed that if that band was going to rehearse, in spite of all their habits and young guy stuff that young guys might do in the rock and roll, the stuff that comes, the S word we can't say anymore, and Drugos and rock and roll. That guy was a serious 12 to 18 hour a day until your finger bleed, and then put some of your brothers and Liz's brothers electrical tape because they were both electricians or worker in that craft. Cover that finger that's down to its bone ground up on your guitar with some electrical tape and get back to work. Because if you're going to play a 1 hour show, you have to have the conditioning, strength, and endurance to play an 8 hour show. What if they ask you for an encore? You can't wear out. It's very
The
good
best,
athletic conditioning stuff that one little boy learned.
some of the best singers and musicians I've ever heard in my life technically are 100% amateur. They do it because they enjoy it, not they're not driven. I still remember hearing a bunch of, I guess you'd call them folk singers, sit around a campfire or under a tarp playing various songs. At one point we had two guitarists and a flautist. flautists. We had people playing mandolin. One time on the mountain, someone even brought a bass fiddle, bass violin, and he's just sitting around the campfire, listening to people share what they could do. Just, and you don't hear that anymore.
Elliott Arts Magnet School. Used to be called Elliott Junior High School, but everybody that lived there called it the Pink Prison. It was a very bad place for 7th and 8th graders.
Okay.
So, right alongside the Pink Prison, to this, what is now an Audi, this was the Market Basket, and later after that, it was a Vons, I think, or maybe a Pick and Save. There's the Market Basket. It's now a grocery outlet. This was Vons or something. There it is, way up there. So how do we get the distance?
You can put a pin in it, and then put a pin in the other place, and they'll tell you some of them will tell you the miles.
So we got to keep an eye on the grocery outlet. Shoot, I lost it. And I was already squirrel distracted. Fox's Restaurant is a fine, fine place. Before she became mentally, whatever we're allowed to call mentally, needing lithium and other such things. My grandmother would come visit and take us all up to Fox's and let us eat eggs, and she would let us kids eat decaf Sanka coffee. Because if you're going to go eat breakfast, you have to have coffee, even if you're a kid. But anyway, we lived, where the heck, New York Drive, about this third or fourth house up on Maiden Lane. 50 meters is that many. Somebody used lasers and x-rays and figured this out. So we would go all the way up Maiden Lane. You never go down Calavera Street, even if you were a certain deep, deep tan. You don't do it. This was a not whites, not browns. You do not go near the Pink Prison. We had to walk or ride our bikes all the way up Maiden Lane to Mendocino. Go over that way, and then come down, and you have to come in this driveway right here on Lake Avenue. And that's how you got to Market Basket. So that's where we would go. Lots of lifesavers, lots of those lollipops that the owl counts how many Tootsie Roll lollipops. How many licks does it take to get to the center? 1, 2, crunch. 3, 2, 3. Yep. So however far that is. City blocks in Los Angeles County are 300 yards long. FYI, do you see how well laid out this is? Do you see how all the cubes are equidistant? These would be less. These would be the 200 yarders. These, according to the county planning that existed before Altadena ever existed, are 300 yards apart. So you can say 300, 600, 900, 1200. And then you got to go almost 300. See how Lake Avenue leans a little? There's something I miss about California, about Los Angeles County in particular. And we'll go back to that in a while. We're still working on the chillins. Once upon a time in America. Calculator. So we go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 500 yards is 1,500 feet. Is that right?
Guess.
Yes. So then you go over to the other Google and say, how many feet? Yep, that. So the Georgia story. Seemed like I ran off on a crazy tangent, didn't it? It was still working for me. Sorry, world. Hopefully you're following along. So here we are. Less than 1 mile in each direction or round trip. Because when I was a kid, we were ordered and called you little hoops, but spelled SHI something. I don't know why poop got said that way, especially by my sainted Aunt Evala. You little poops. Shaving creams. So we just figured out that I went 1,800 yards-ish to get in here and go all the way back, which amounts to, we said, 600 yards, 1,800 feet times 2, 3,200 is 2/3 to 3/4 of a mile. All by my lonesome self, with a pocket full of coins and orders to pick up all of the recyclable cans and bottles there and back, because we might get more nickels than we had sent to the grocery store with. Because people litter, and back in the day, you could really cash in on some recyclables. It paid to clean up litter in your town. So we go back to Georgia lady. So that's what we discussed before going on to the internet. In pre-gaming the show, I said, man, wait till I tell you about how far I had to go in an incredibly dangerous place. I don't know what it is now. I'm talking about from 1975 to at least 1990. Or at most. I don't know. I got the hell out of California in 1992. Elliott Arts. The Pink Prison. Sometimes you didn't want to go up this backside if you weren't tan enough of here. How you would get to the market basket, not when I was small. Later, we ended up living with some friends on Maiden Lane. For a little time. I was a little older. I would go right down here to New York Drive. Go all the way over here to El Molino Drive. Go all the way the hell up there to Mendocino Street and then cross over to avoid the Pink Prison by a wide margin. Right here, because a friend of mine that we were riding doubles on our bikes when I was this many old. And my grandfather always called these people, excuse my activating language or bad language. It's that S word again. 4 letters ends in it. My grandfather called people who can't leave well enough alone that word disturber. And he would tell flavorful stories about, like, when you see that word laying over there with flies eating off it, you're a kind of person who's going to go pick up a damn stick and go over there and stir that thing. and be mad because it got on you. Well, this guy, fine young man, we were 10 years old, riding doubles on a bike. It's against the law. It's not safe without helmets in California. Oh my God. They should have put my mother in jail. He liked to do things. Not when he was alone. When he was all alone by himself. I've met several of these in my life. It is my destiny. Like, ride the bike doubles past the pink prison and start screaming N words with a hard ER on the end at the prisoner inmates of what started out as an alternative school and then grew up into just a black people school. Segregated, desegregated, fixed by desegregation. Yeah, whatever. Fixed. Store all the dangerous ones right here. And an idiot boy starts screaming N words and laughing his ass off when the hard ERs, gangstas, come out there and pull what's called, I don't know if it's still called that, everybody of a certain hairstyle, please forgive me. Yes, that. Yes, how you get a weapon into a school where they have metal detectors and security guards and deputy sheriffs. You call it a device for combing your hair. Let me zoom this up. Not a sponsor. What they would do is cut out two, leave every third metal thing and file the hell out of the end of it. And then stick it in their hair and nobody could say anything to about it. Well, I had one neatly inserted very deep between two of my vertebrae right here on Calavera Street because of a friend of mine. So, yeah, I guess mothers shouldn't let their children, 10 years old, go to the grocery store without supervision. Well, if the supervision is another 10-year-old who thinks he's bulletproof because he's the son of a damn deputy sheriff former, you're going to get in trouble. Let it be known. I may learn some things the hard way, and maybe I need a couple lessons. But I never went anywhere with that dude alone on a bike again. Ever. Never, ever. So, whatever. Somehow, 40 years later, 45 years later, this poor lady in Georgia, these cops. And so you know, Mammy, because I'm not looking it up. Hang on. I missed a chat. It lagged out. Your grandmother Wiley came from Texas, and that was what they called kitties. It was like Sweetie, and Eva picked it up. That's that. You little shices. There, I said it in German. It's better. That is Native American, one of the few swear words. The goal was to watch maggot squirm. It means a gossip, only worse. Yes. See? It is confirmed. It is verified on the internet. I spoke no untruth. And I can actually say what I truly remember because I heard it a lot. My grandfather saying. But somehow today, 45 years later, some little dude, without his mother's permission, expressly written, and without a supervision, went to walk to the grocery store. And it really does look to me like, because the video I found later, Something transpired between the police and the mother, which I did giggle, Mammy. Were your ears hot? Or your inner ears? Because I didn't say it out loud. I wasn't talking about you. I was thinking about you. This, let me see if I can find it. Bye. Bye. I can only have so many things going. I'm not one of these youthful, oh, well, let me watch 2 chats go and have 2 web browsers brewing and 5 screens and all this other stuff. Which this guy, his name is Destiny. He is perfectly capable of handling multiple tasking. This old dude ain't. So let's say Fox News, Georgia, mother arrested. 10-year-old. Yeah. Traumatizing. 5 minutes, 30 seconds. I do believe this is the one. Please stop. Stop. Stop, Fox and Friends. Fox and Friends, not a sponsor. Here's the link at the top to sourcing their video. I got the CCs on. I'm only looking for certain frames. There's Mom. There's Cop putting her nasty cop thumb, rubbing donut juice on that poor lady's cell phone. These days, we are required to call this body positive. I said it the other day on my live stream, and I may end up future banned. I'm begging you, YouTube and Google, please just give me the chance. Don't be a Facebook while drinking your juice in the hood. If I offendeth thee, I'll make huge verbal written apologies and do penance and do whatever I gotta do and retract and review and rewind and undo. There's actually 2 of these very body positive, what I identify as female officers. Pronouns not ascertained. I'm being a bigot. I'm being a bias. The first thing out of one of these, I don't feel safe around them. Police officer, non-gender specifics, mouth is. This is because of the incident this morning. I don't know. I haven't researched with many articles. This is still the subtitles or captions of the. I know how to find this. Sorry, I got myself distracted. Squirrel. Let's go to transcript. Show. Show more transcript. George and Mammy remind me to come back later to the first thing out of her mouth about the incident this morning. But since it's here on the screen, Mom says, because the newspaper said, newspaper, I'm old, forgive me. The news people, if you're furries, I apologize. The news people said, they told you that they made you a deal that all you got to do is sign over something, sign this piece of paper agreement that you'll GPS your son, and they would drop the charges. And I love this lady to death. Mom, whoever you are, mom lady, not a sponsor. Let's do interviews, not with these goofy, they have to be goofy to be on the news and get paid their $1.5 million a year. Real world. I hearty heart you, lady, because you said they never officially in writing, have offered to drop any charges. And that goes back to so many, 10 million times. George will
Always been
testify
in
and
writing.
verify. If it ain't written down, it didn't happen. Don't do what people told you. I have my new poster woman, poster mother. Never, ever listen to me, Bill H., out there in the world. Get it in writing or ignore them. Live it. First learn it. Then live it. Practice what you preach. And then teach it to everybody as far as you can reach. Don't get yourself hemmed up because some dumbass told you something and a dumber ass did what they told you. The blind leading the stupid, they say. I heart her. I should screenshot this and draw hearts all around her. Little pink ones, big pink ones. Someone reach out to her, send her a trophy. Fox News, send her a Fox News placard. Best mom ever. And not body positive either. She ain't woke. Yeah, safety plan. They have some safety plan that involves that she's going to install apps on phones so that she can tracky her thing. And they did say in this somewhere that what if the kid leaves the phone at home? That's stupid. Then what?
And
Kid
who
Tracker
hasn't forgotten
9000.
their phone? And who hasn't forgotten their phone behind at least once or twice in their life?
What if the battery goes dead? What if the cell tower goes down? So stupid. Nanny state. Georgia. Governor Kemp in Fanine, however you say it. Governor, send your state police in here to stomp on these people. Call in the United States Department of Justice and their FBI. See how many times many people did it under the Obama administration. Sorry, Donald J., but you didn't do nothing for us in terms of our tyrant local crappy cops. And Department of Justice, these idiot cops, and consent agreement them to get some retraining. And find your local municipalities, because the next thing her lawyer, Mom of the Year's lawyer, said is that law was ruled out by the court. Control line. Court. Declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court in 1997. So that's problematic. Everybody, please. I keep saying it. I keep saying it. I'm going to keep trying to say it because they do so much better than me. I'm basically dissecting this and taking the words for what they're worth, right? I did look up earlier and I didn't save myself a link to the myriad Georgia statutes that they're playing with. The problem I have is I could not find anywhere her exact charging document. And I should know your name, Mom of the Year, but I don't. You're just another Georgia peach. My mammy said, how come the paid kid protectors and city managers do not get the city safe enough the kid can walk to the store? Be caught up in my thought. Well, we arrest bad people. Exactly. True. The young people say these days. Based. Because they're sitting around sucking on too many donuts and kissing mayors. Hughes.
Either that, they're pedophiles themselves.
Look, you can't say that word on the internet, George. He meant shoe polishers. Yeah.
What was that new term they used for that? Youth attractiveness?
God knows. I don't know. But I think the initials are MAD, and it makes me mad. And that's the first part of madness, isn't it?
I thought MAD was Moms Against Drunk Drivers.
It's with two D's. Never mind. I don't want to get out of that hole. We're going to stay in this hole. Somebody with a voice, with some power. Oh, I understand. Uh, Former and future president, but we're not allowed to say his name in the world. Don't type his name in the chat, mammy.
Mac,
Former and future 45 and 47 is famous for calling and talking stupid puke to Brad Raffensperger. Hey, dude, I'll call you Donald J. Call back Brad Raffensperger. Sir, please, for this one mother. And tell him, stomp this full flop
silliness.
out of existence. Somebody, please understand, everybody who's sensitive, I put a trigger warning in my chat and in my description. Activation warning. Demerit, demerit.
Well,
I'm going to
I'm
say
all for
this, and I mean it with the greatest love to all my favorite friend law enforcers. When I went to get law enforcement instructor certified for federal, I went to Georgia because North Carolina's full of crap and won't certify law enforcement instructors. I had to go to Georgia. I love Georgia. You're all peaches. You're a daisy if you do. Please, somebody with the ear of Donald J. Go through Elon. Go through one of those connections. Go through the last of the Camelot crew. Get to power in Georgia. Everybody else who's any sensitive at all, go right now and start saying nanny, 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 and start reporting me to Google Tube. And somebody go put their knee on the neck of Georgia law enforcement.
Well, the problem is the positive body positive police officer does not wish to have any more independent, well mannered men, people. Apparently, she only wants those that have to beg for help at every round. One of the things, walking to the store or to the movie theater, or in my case, when I was in Jacksonville, Dairy Queen, where one of my neighbors worked, because I'd buy a small and I'd get a medium cone. It teaches independence. It teaches self-reliance. It teaches, because the further you go away from home, the more you have to deal with your own fecal matter. Since we're not allowed to use the S word.
Right.
And when you get into trouble, you don't have the instant press button cell phones that they have today to call the popo. You have to get yourself out of trouble. Well, you and I didn't have a cell phone that we could instantly call the popo. It's, you either fight or you fought. You flew or you fought, if you got into trouble. Or, different forms of flight could be climbing up a tree, depending on the trouble. But she's not a social worker. They have no orders from social services. And since social services hasn't been involved, obviously arresting her for kid endangerment is horse hockey, because they can't do that. They have to get that order from social services, at least around here. It's just, I find it absurd that if that town is so dangerous, And I'm willing to bet, being a mile, he's probably still in his own neighborhood. Can't walk a mile. Then an adult can't walk a mile. What are you going to do? Arrest adults and say, no, you got to drive there, or you got to stay at home. Call an Uber. Hell, at 15 and 16, I was touring DC nearly by myself. It was me and two cousins, one who was 2 years younger than me and one who was my same age. My uncle would drop us off where he worked in DC, and we'd go around seeing the sights by ourselves.
And so here it is again. Somebody with an ear of whoever the boss is. Any bosses. I can't remember the guy's name. Somebody lean over to the boss, and I don't care, don't pay me. Hire your nephew. That's how all you guys do anyway. For the hearing impaired or those that choose to mute this stuff and try to follow along with the words. For the distinct that I talked about earlier today. Your words are under YouTube did a bad job, and I don't think YouTube auto-generated this. Somebody typed this. Or they used their own speech-to-text converter that did this in all caps. YouTube doesn't do all caps. Somebody went in here and typed this wrong. Let's go here. Let's go here.
For what? For the incident we talked about earlier.
Turn off. It says right here. For the incident we talked about earlier today. Somebody typed it correctly up here and left it wrong over here for the distinct. Hello, Fox News. Per incident, per word, per hour. Very cheap. I'll fix these things for you. I'm right here doing it for free, pointing it out to you. And you guys, around 16 or so, call from NYC and say, oh, we got driving. We thought we should say 3,000 away. We'll be home in a few days.
Yeah, when I was 16, I and my buddies, some of them adults, I would take off for the weekend. And in fact, one weekend one night we were in Richmond, Virginia. The next night we were in Raleigh, North Carolina. And he would drive me off just before he had to go on the base to report in. I'd get dropped off at the high school, and then I'd walk home from high school. But my mom trusted me, therefore, and trusted a lot of my friends, so she didn't worry. The only time she got worried is when I would call home, because that meant something was wrong.
Free range parenting. Use your words. I don't know the words. See, I want to know what was the first incident that day, because I have no clue. Brittany. God knows. Before somebody made comedy about it, I used to make comedy. Just like it's laughing with and laughing at my sweet Anita and her community, just like a freaking Jawa in the valley. The valley in Los Angeles, California. Some girls that I knew worked at the retail clothing store. I think it was Saturday Night Live that made fun of it 20 years later. I don't remember the other one's name. but they wouldn't say their T's. It was Brittany and something else. And it was all Valley Girl. And oh my G words that we can't say anymore. And for sure. And Brittany. Bethany. Yes, Bethany. And Brittany. And yes, Bethany. All right. I'm sorry. I'm back off my tangent. I've stopped ticking in my drain damage. Miss Brittany Patterson, please. Weblogger it. Don't Facebook it because I can't see that. Somebody get me a link. What exactly was the distinct that Body Positive talked about earlier today? Did they bring your kid home and say, keep your kid in the house and put him on a leash and put an electrical collar around his neck and you're a bad mom and I'm a good mom cop? And you said, get in my yard, B-word. Did
If you could
you
watch,
injure the ego of Body Positive, who is quite tall in this angle? Wow, you're an amazing tall Amazon warrior. I really want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. That's another old slogan from somebody, not a sponsor. But that's really where I get hung up at is this all about hurt feelings? Disrespected me. So then I'll go back to anybody and everybody. And we might go over there and do it. We might go do it right now.
to cut you off, 'cause I'm gonna have to get off and do some chores.
Okay. Well, you go do that. I'm going to keep playing on my internet. But I'm going
You have a
to.
nice day, ma'am. Glad to kind of meet you.
Audit. The audit. I'm going to go over here. I am liked and subscribed. I don't bell thingy because I'm trying to save my bell thingies for when my mammy types me something. So that I am bell thingied about important stuff. That as a developing channel maker, wow, 2.82 million subscribers. Videos. I just said in my last one that I played all alone. I don't even remember when it was. That's how cool I am. When was I talking to myself? That would be 20 hours ago. Talking to myself. Nobody was home. Bye, George. Rip, the kids these days say. Sorry, everybody. Hang on 1 second. Everybody, my mammy. If you're going to be involved in, especially behind the badge, in the uniform, on the right side of the blue line, watch every one of these videos twice. It is up to you. Anyway, yesterday, we went through a law enforcement thing, and I described how it might be a mistake, and sometimes a mistake, and I don't explain it as well as Audit the Audit. They earn these subscribers. But the destiny of things, because then I got to seeing later, oh, well, they just did a thing. I should have given them a link. This is what it talks about. When even if. Pause. I didn't mean to. Sorry, I forgot to mute again. Not a sponsor. I am simply a puppy dog fan of Audit the Audit. Hang on, Mammy. I clicked on something and now I can't see the chat anymore. Computer. Okay. Female cop is a huge liability, massive lawsuit incoming. I thought, isn't that fitting? last night and their thumbnail image said mistake. So I'm going to say, dear ATA, yesterday and today I am talking about your channel a lot. Would you please do an episode about the GA mother who got arrested because she won't imprison, my word, not theirs, her 10, now 11-year-old son. Thanks. Keep up the good work. Link. Fox News version. And then you add the comment. And maybe they'll see it, maybe they won't. But if you didn't try, how could they possibly? Oh, I didn't like the video. I watched it while not signed in. When you decided you've stopped learning, then please stop interacting with the rest of humanity. Go lock yourself in your house and enjoy yourself. Have know-it-all conversations with all know-it-all of you. Or get on your inner tubes and do like I do. Say, dear diary, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, and write a log. So that you can write a dang good report about it later. 1717. Post it at audit. The audit about GA mom. Was her name Brittany? Brittany P. 10-year-old. Maybe they'll be able to dig in, because they really do dig and demand all the records and the full body cameras and all the incident related materials. They do a good job. Not trying to compete with them. I will always defer to people who have already built successful channels at that. Oh, to have to build a successful channel at something else. Old Man Gaming. I thought about making that if I do actually try to stream any of my game playing on super easy mode. New journalist mode is how I'll do it. I'll say, OMG, Old Man Gaming, episode number whatever. So what else? Sweet Anita. I had a bunch of stuff on my do list. And I'm not going to try to find it. All right, at least 3 people on these subjects. It reminds me of long ago, maybe the 60s. 2 guys in a fight, instead of arresting them, they canceled. Yes. Yep, exactly. Government. Gotta love them. You're allowed to address and redress them. And it doesn't do any good to sign the letter and sign up and try to go say something to them at a town meeting or a city council meeting, which I have done before. And dear city of Dunn, you better straighten out some of your crap, because it's about to get on the internet. I better clarify, because I won't remember tomorrow. Posted comment under mistake video at audit. And then we're going to put a box right here. And it was something I was hoping to try to get permission written. Get across to my good friend George from Eighth Wonder for Banana Head. So utilizing what limited skills I have, and now that I can't Facebook her anymore, I had interactions not with the sweet Anita, the eighth wonder of the world. She has people. I had private messages and comments and replies on her Facebook stuff years and years ago. Not trying to steal the clout, not trying to do whatever. I do want to discuss it one day into my video, Dear Diaries. So because if you watch the other videos, my mother, if you're still with me, and bravo, write at least 3 people. Include them a link to this video. Say, my writing is very nice to you. I'm a professional woman. If you want to hear my son call you a stupid a-hole, here's the video. A means astonishing. You're a amazing, astonishing person. In whole, W-H-O-L-E. Yeah, that's what it means. Sweet Anita. Community. Oh, it lied. See? And I ranted about it the other day. I watched the 24-minute video, and that quick, I forgot. She calls rabbits. She keeps rabbits and rescues rabbits. She calls them Bun Bun. I don't call them that. That's her thing. What did I forgot? I forgot. I watched a 24-minute from YouTube video. I ranted about it on my other video. That it says just hop over into the community or communities tab of your favorite YouTubers and type them a comment. It's going to be like the messaging thread so that you can be involved and everybody can feel involved and not be the world's most frustrated inarticulate. I have no way to say anything to anybody. And when I do figure out how to say it, my mind, my mouth, and everything else gets in my way. So what you have to do, what you have to did, were go to your own tube, go to your own community, and let's see what happens. There she is. I am subscribed. And I've already tried this with many of my favorites. I've never gotten any response yet. It's supposed to show up in their bell thingy, but if they're really popular and they have whatever, 1,000,000+ followers, their bell thingy's got to say like 10 zillion with a Z that my brother hates when people say that. Gazillion, Tim. There's 10 gazillion bell thingies up there. They can't possibly, on their own or with help, read all the bell thingies. But doesn't stop me from trying. Sweet Anita. And or her people / handlers / moderators. Moderators. I saw it when it happened. May I have your express written permission to play and react to her/your tweet Anita 8th wonder of the world. Banana video. See, I'm not just gonna go do it with that silliness. Please. And then we gotta go open another new tab. Even though I'm sure it's in my history, I don't bookmark anything. I copy and paste URLs into text files and log files. Sweet Anita, no. It makes my heart and it breaks my heart, mammy. It's very yin yang. Don't play. Don't play. Don't play. Shut up. Skip ad. Skip ad. Go away. Kohl's, not a sponsor. Sephora, not a sponsor. It's not going to let me pass this. Go away. Oh, I'm supposed to have something that I can put up on my screen. Let me do this. Always work. Took it off screen. Hurry up and go away. There it is. And sweet Anita, wear your lip balm. Even though you don't do it as bad as you used to. Be prepared. Dear child. So now we grab a screenshot. Boop. Ding dong, got a screenshot. And then we're going to click the share link. I think it means search index. Somebody tell me, what does the SI mean? In the new, since maybe 2022, sometime in the last few years, instead of just sharing the link that was exactly a u2.be. U2, you get it? Sorry, reading the chat. Saw P, SQ video. Like some big animal protector groups in the past, they were told they cannot help when these. Yeah. Everybody can't do nothing. They'll lose their 501c3 status. They'll get some politician crapping on them, sending body positive cops to their house to cite them for child endangerment. We live in a really good, fair. And it's all relative, everybody. I've had long conversations with many people. No, we don't live in Mexico, where the federales, which are the military and the police combined, may show up and take turns initiating your daughter into certain things. And who are you going to call when the police are the ones doing it? I'll back that up with some links later. Where was my thing? Police. This one. Enter. Image. Drag and drop. Okay. Click the file folder. Go to the screenshot. Uh-oh. Something's happening. Oh, everything just broke. I've had a reset. Oh, explorer.exe in a long, long time. I don't know that I've ever had it on this computer. Screenshots. There it is. Bonk. Post. So there. I tagged them and asked for express written permission. Yep. I'm saying yep to something my mammy just typed in the chat. Viewer Elizabeth, thank you for visiting, contributing. Watched the whole video yesterday. Where is yesterday? This one with Miss Winona Ryder's picture stolen from IMDb from the movie Dracula. It discusses much about the year 2014 involved and how I met in the destiny of what was talked about for probably 3 of 5 and more than half hours yesterday about the difficulty of 2014 was a cop. But because I'm good with my cops, even when I call them names, I call them names to their face. Very good to my police. I know the only thing standing between me and the supposed bad guys, the riffraff, is are my heroes in blue with their bracelets. But every now and then, one of them messes up a little bit, gets a little twisty in his mind. And that was part of 2014. Dealing with the abuser of girl children, starting as young as possibly 2. And the bad SE, can't say it anymore on the internet, crimes, detective, cop, deputy sheriff, who some of us having had certain experiences in our life know that those are the guys you got to watch out for the most, and they're going to get the backs of everybody else turned on them. Being especially that type of crime against children cop means you're gonna go it alone. The rest of cops aren't interested in that. They're afraid to death you might say something. It's a Jungian psychology thing. I don't know how to explain it. I just know it is. It's a true story. So, like, if you're gonna be a psychiatrist or a psychologist, they tell you have to be a patient before you can be the acting. So if you're going to be a counselor, you need to be in counseling. You can't keep that stuff inside. You can't hold it unto you and write books about it later and get rich quick. It will eat you up. And now you'll be taking the psychological, helping you sleep at nights that make you hallucinate and go shoot up a nursing home. This is what it is. They try. They tell you in those 8 years of school, and tens of thousands of pages and videos and hours of studies and writing 1,000-page dissertations full of bloviated words passed through ChatGPT. Once they snuck it past you, you can't go this alone. And people are they don't know what they don't like about you. Again, talking about that certain kind of crime against children cops, especially the children. They don't want to be around you if you're the SE, can't say it anymore, cop in general against grown adult, mostly women, mostly. That's not why cops become cops. They know there's a lot of filth in this earth, but that's the kind of filth they're not interested in. Rough and tumbling, fighting with the bad guys, or slapping the bracelets on them, or getting in a good fight and beating the hell out of someone that really deserved it. Or the other guys that are like, serving and protecting, writing this ticket only if I have to. There's probably some of those out there still left. Maybe. If someone knows one, send me a link in the comments. So anyway, a very broken, very bad off, had already been sitting in my place, snot-nosed, sobbing and crying about how alone in the world he was and he didn't know what he was doing. And me telling him, starts with a B, rhymes with which, as in which one? Get out of my place. You go pay somebody to listen to you say that crap. But you ain't gonna sit here and say it to me for free after the first time. The first time I took it as my destiny to try to help this poor slob out. And in dealing with one of the reasons he was there is that this idiot cop came to tell me that the bad guy that the cops refused to investigate and follow up with, and he left the county, so they didn't really know, we don't really know what we could do, was threatening my life. Fast forward a few months, and now this a-hole cop, broken, was threatening my life. And no one really knows why, but the deputies that I know who love you to death, but it's a Harnett County thing, and I'm going to get off this box because I said I wasn't going this deep today. But it's coming. Wayne Coates, Harnett County, you better get your poop together because I'm going to put all those emails up on the screen. And the server logs showing that you got them and ignored it. All you other deputies, if you're still out there, quit. Go away. Go to hell. Because you've made my life hell for a decade. I hope some bad guy lights you up out in the woods. And that was payback because none of you have enough attention span or stay long enough with a department or office to understand that what you do has repercussions, and it falls back on the cop that didn't need hurting by the bad guys. Bad guy cops are never going to suffer what bad guy cops deserve. I keep going over this in my videos and I don't want to anymore, but I can't get it out of my system because you idiots keep existing, body positive arresting moms. Go back and study the 17 or 15 or however old he was. Teenager shoots deputy, Harnett County, NC. Garza. I don't even think that's him. Oh, that's him. Cooked, the kids these days say, and I'm not sure what it means. It means their eggs are scrambled. Their mind is. Look back, if you will, to at the outer edges, Harnett County sheriffs. of a drug bust gone bad. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it was cops getting dirt on each other. You got to do these things, pretending they're living out Denzel He Fine Washington's training day. If you don't do these things, you ain't one of us. Cops are bad that way. I know, I come from Los Angeles. Mario Garza, 3, I believe, if he's the one that hid in the woods and set up fake calls. Yeah, here it is. Teenager shot Eric Cook in 2018. He fished you into the woods, Eric Cook, and nobody cares. Lured. Why? Look back through the records and see who his uncle was. Not really uncle. Someone else with the concurring gang tats and everything else that got shot in the face by one of your investigator deputies long before. These things all swoop back around. That's exactly what we learn in administrative justice in college and pre-law. It can be fixed, but like so many things, it is going to take us all. Yes, ma'am, exactly. And taking someone like me, because you've stolen everything from me, Harnett County and City of Dunn, I don't give a shit. Bleep that off the internet. What else are you going to take? You stole my property? You left me looking over my shoulder for a decade at your damn deputy dogs who threatened to kill me. So shove it up your a-hole like a teenager alloy bike seat in 1979, Wayne Coates. You're a devil. And what's going to happen, the more you pick on, never mind me, I ain't going to go hurt no deputy unless it's the one who needs it, is that you're going to piss off. Let's go back on topic. This is the destiny of things. Cops, bad bosses, bad guys, bullies, whoever the hell you are, stop it. Well, in fact, just let's get outside of the blue line and call it life school. You're never going to get punished for being evil. You're going to get rewarded. And I guess I hope, I pray, I whatever, and I've said in my other videos, it's because of people like you that I have to doubt whether there's any point in having any kind of faith. Well, let's just say there is, and you're right. You better hope you're not right, because you profess in lies and hypocrisy, and I hope you're right, and that you go to some kind of eternal thing that is so far much worse than what you make heck for the rest of us. But you didn't mean it. You had good intentions. No, you didn't. You're neither hot nor cold. And it's scumbaggerly. And so we'll go back to, what if one day, the great what ifs, do you believe in destiny? And I'll tell another story that relates back to it afterwards. Let me make myself a note. Cross that one out. Wrote a post tag essay. 1744. Come back to destiny. Bad cop becomes good cop. Arcadia, CA. Yeah, I have a lot of bad things to say, but I will get back to it. I show you, please, if there's bad guys out there on planet Earth that somehow happen across this, take it to court, file the complaints, go find you a do-gooder lawyer, Suck it up, Buttercup. Get past it. Don't take revenge on the entire department. New York. Lady police ambushed. Oh, God, it's happened again. No, this was many, many years ago, and it hurt my feelings. Let me get rid of lady and try female. Now that it's happened again, I'll have to know the year. Because it's only going to show me all this that happened in the last 10 days. Anyway, once upon a time, some distant relatives or possibly not relatives, gang member friends or affiliated or associated, were out looking for vengeance against cops. The truly honest, evil bad guys in this world, like gang members and drug dealers and whatever the heck all the old dudes call it that it's not. The cartels. Street gangsters. They cannot reach and get the ear of the governor, see, frustrated Inarticulate, says, hey, dude, get these bad cops off our back. Or worse, when they start to feel the heat, the bad guys duck out and go somewhere else. New York, Chicago, whatever, they all got plenty of openings for bad, dirty, crooked cops. What happens is you left behind, and I have this conversation often with my security people that I deal more with than cops right now. What are you going to do if somebody walks up and shoots an innocent cop in the face or security officer in the face? Because they don't give a damn it wasn't you. People on the street think like Dean. Well, why you affiliated with them then? Police your own. A cop that doesn't police their own is just as guilty as the bad cops. And this is how gang members talk. My mother could probably speak to it. She spent a lot more time dealing with gangs. 71 in admin of justice, a bad cop leads bad things to happen. Yeah, it's called the circle of violence. And the bad guys they're not going to hunt the country. And man, where'd that guy go? Look him up on the internet. They're not that adventurous. They are true believers in the gang thing. What I learned from our next door neighbor, and don't say or type their names, Mammy, please, who turned out later to be a very crooked cop. I learned from him watching like 1 Adam 12 on TV that TV's bullshit. I mean, bull defecation. This was from he's like the undersheriff or assistant sheriff, whatever they call the top guy at a substation is what they call them in California, Los Angeles County. He was that, and he said, we're the Blue Gang. There was no Bloods and Crips. This was the 1970s. Everyone was worried about La Emma, the Hispanic, the Mexican mafia. That's who they worried about as gangs. They weren't worried about African American / blacks. They had them under control. This was the police, the highest up of our local substation, telling me himself as a child, don't mess with us. We are the Blue Gang. So I grew up learning that from them themselves. I have no reason to doubt them. So why wouldn't all the other real gangs who don't have the benefit of government income and not calling the cops on themselves? Take it out on all of them. You swore an oath to the Constitution, de blah, 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 blah. I'm speaking to the few of you. Let's say it's only 2%. It's 2% too many. The 98% of the rest of you then do your damn sworn duty to uphold and defend the Constitution and the law. Bust the criminals amongst yourselves. Because there's very few of us out here on planet Earth, and let's not say retribution or violence or anything else. Let me take it back light. Let me come up for some air a minute. I think it was in the Breakfast Club movie. Oh no, how come Google can spell out the word, but we can't say it on a Google-owned property? Maybe it wasn't the Breakfast Club. I don't know. It's not that important. I just like to bring the receipts. I'll find it later. Whether or not I remember to put it in the description or pin it in a comment, I don't know. In some movie, oh, maybe I do know which one it was, but all right. In some movie, the bad guy, whatever, tells the older authority guy or girl, or I don't remember exactly the characters. One guy tells the other, I wouldn't piss on the best part of you if you were on fire and down on your knees begging. Something along those lines. Body positive police officer lady. Based on the encounter that you had, what are you going to do one day when your body positivity has earned you a stress heart attack and you're laying there needing somebody to CPR you, and the only one anywhere near, maybe you just need someone in 911 because you can't get your breath to talk on the radio, officer down. Shortness or loss of breath happens with a heart attack for you body positives, full of too much donuts and energy drinks and aggressive law enforcement tactics. It is going to be, I hope, your destiny that when you are all alone in a world of hopeless, helpless shite, as they say in Scotland, that the only one standing there is that fine young man that you made hate you and every other cop on earth, and he'll stand there and watch you die. Fine young man, listen to me. 10 at the time, turned 11. Don't go down to their level, even if it's her. Loosen her collar, compress the chest. You might have to pull the vest out so that the compressions, CPRs, go to the chest. But I have seen it. I have heard of it. I will find anecdotes so that I'm not telling, evidences so that I don't put, go watch the movie Crash. Go watch something. Go read a book. Stop being a bad cop. Because what if it isn't you? What if it's a not good, not bad, just another clock rider? Hey man, I'm just going to get my government retirement. Take it easy. And they fall down and bump their crown, and they just need somebody to put a little pressure on the wound so that they can survive. And it's somebody who so hates police, because I promise you, if it's me today, I'm going to stand there and video you leaving this place and the light going out of your eyes. And I won't be able to upload that onto my tube, but I have no duty to intervene here in North Carolina. And I'm going to say good riddance. Because none of you care about anybody but yourselves, and you don't even care about yourself long term. Look at your body positivity. Clean your own damn house, including inside your own damn skin. Yep. Everybody else go read the chat from my mammy. It's a destiny story. There are many, many stories. I'll tell it tomorrow. Uh, write another note. 1755. Tell another day. Yeah. And every time I write these notes, everybody who ever sees these notes, maybe, maybe not. The destiny tale of a allegedly former mayor of Podunk and see Podunk, a fictional city. The current mayor and me saving the grandson's slash son's life. Yes. Another day. Maybe. Okay. Bad cop becomes a good cop in Arcadia, California. Well, let me put a pin in it. Hey, mommy. Mother. Mammy. There's always letting go. But some of us have seen too many, have seen too much. You made me this way, Earth. We'll discuss it in just a moment. I have to BRB. Be right back because George isn't here to tell a story. Go get yourself a beverage, Mom. Go go get something. Let me see if I can find my screen. Downloads. Because I'm going to go grab a drink. And then I'll be right back. Let's find our BRB. And let's move her over here and make her full screen. Go. There we go. We'll be right back. 3 to 4 minutes. Hang on. I am returned. Still with me, Mammy, or did you go away? We'll find out in a minute. But I did have another idea. 1800. Well, on break. Thought. Tell the tale of Mac Strike. Strike K. Buck Strike. R.T. Miller. The Knife. Text BH that it is coming. Uh-oh, I got a text. Sorry for the dead air. Go listen to your favorite song for a second. On live. Going to tell the knife tale soon. All right. I texted the guy. And then we're going to say, right here, Destiny. When I was young, if there ever was that time, sure there was. It was this morning, because I am a shallow guy. I learned to slough it off. Go ahead. I've been through some stuff. No immediate danger. I'm okay. Yes, immediate danger. I get stupid and giggly. It makes it worse. Always, when you need it the least, is when, like the poor mother in Georgia, you get bad copped. Bully copped, dumb copped. Whatever it is. An Arcadia cop followed behind me for a long, long time. Finally invented a reason to pull me over and issued me a bunch of cop BS and verbal judos, let's say. And made me get out of the car. And if you don't search your car, we might have to impound your car. And I smell an odor about you, blah, 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 blah. This was during a very difficult time, allegedly, in a fiction book I read. And we're going to switch over to the. Hi, Bill. Glad to have you. That's my mother, Elizabeth. My mammy in the chat. She's been keeping this thing real all day. You'll have to go back and listen later and see why all of a sudden. Anyway, this is fan fiction nonsense. Allegedly. Disclaimer. So how do we put this? In this book I read. Yeah, that's what happened. Because of a very demented, once upon a time in demented fictional lands that starts with LA. Fictionally. Allegedly. A certain type of person was known as persona non persona. That would be people that were not born here, but somehow got here. Mostly Spanish speakers. Uh-oh. Bill's in the ER. Hopefully, I won't go too long, and hopefully you're not there for you or anybody we know and care about a lot, and it's not that serious. Hopefully it's a bad cough or something, and you're going to give you a lozenge. Don't type uh, protected health information in the chat with your own name on it. So what had happened were, in this work of fiction and persona non persona, that means people that are not people. They don't exist. It's a thing that we don't talk about in this country because the blowhard at the tops, all the blowhards at the top of everything, that even the ones that claim they fear them and they're all criminals, they don't know. No, they're all just slaves. And the less documentation, the better. It makes them able to be beaten to death with a stick and thrown in what is colloquially known on a federally protected backside reservation of a horse racing thoroughbred track in, let's call this one Hollywood Park, California, that doesn't exist anymore. In this piece of fiction, I don't think it was a Ray Bradbury story, but it was a good story. Where a brown person or a tan person, who knows, maybe they were an Indian, dared to challenge or whatever. And so they got themselves beaten to death with a stick in this, beaten to unalived with a stick, beheaded, and the pieces thrown into a poop pile made by horses and grooms of a professional racetrack. That's always on those kind of days where you've just read this horrifying fan fiction nonsense disclaimer story that somebody had photocopied and passed around in a fan magazine photocopier stapled together that was so popular in the 80s. Or maybe it was a military story like Rambo. This poor guy had gone overseas and done all this KIAing and watching his friends DOA for apple pie, and I don't remember the other one. Whatever Ron said. You mentioned him earlier, Mom, and I just always remember that for killing the G words or KIAing the G words for apple pie. That always stuck. So anyhow, after having that kind of intense lifestyle thing, the person of our story who was really not in the mode for dealing with, your birth certificate really shouldn't matter in terms of when you're putting things on that level. Like, what's the difference between this bad cop in Arcadia, California, and that brown, tan, red person who happened to destiny, confluence, nexus, the paths crossed, the attitudes were exchanged. Every fight or argument is a fight to the KIA unalived. So, in the fan fiction, bad cop tries to become tyrant bad cop, acts like a real a-hole. With dude sitting there thinking, I just put one in the poop pile, I'll put another one in there. Right quick. Because nobody cares. It's a big lonely city. And then, like my mother said, let it go. Let it go. The hero in our story, the not hero, the anti-hero, who was thinking seriously about, you will fit nicely in the trunk of that car, you idiot. According to the photocopied thing that I can't find anymore. Said, man, told the cop, Just write the ticket. You go off, have your nice day. I'll go off, have my nice day. And I guess we'll see each other in court. Go away. And seized and hated and loathed the bad cop. But said, you know what? I make this choice willfully. Let them go. Go away. Write a pencil on paper anonymous letter to the chief of the department. May or may not have. Sometime later, reading the local rags, reading the news. True story. Now we're back to true story. Fictional bad cop became real world good cop. Because somebody's small child, I think she was 3 years old, the daughter girl, got past, and these people really tried. California is hell. Everybody's got a swimming pool, but everybody has a this high fence around the swimming pool, so many feet from the swimming pool, and a double that high fence, and a double locking electric gate secured with cameras, triple that high fence further out. There's rings of child safety stuff that are required by the law, or you don't get to have your pool anymore. Stuff. And the parents didn't want to risk their child. They had all the letters of the laws done. And you know how kids are? America? Kids gonna get into some stuff. They're Houdinis. They're lock pickers. They're geniuses. What, of course, the parents hadn't done, having bought all the fences, is gone and got the kid a swimming class. Teach your children how to swim. PSA. I don't know how old. 2 months old. I don't know. Somebody ask a parenting association. What is the earliest possible to teach a child how to swim? Not by fences. You cannot buy success in that parenting industry. No matter how much a cop tells you to leash your child, chain them to the tree out front. Stupid cop. Well, I don't know if it was the mother or the father or both. Bad cop. Riding his bad cop patrols through the streets of Arcadia, California, looking for somebody to tyrant. The most evil intentions that possibly a bad cop could have. Heard the adult shrieking, and I remember reading, I think it was in the Star News, Pasadena's newspaper, not a sponsor. I don't even know if they still exist. The news people talk to everybody involved. Parents saw their little blue-colored baby bobbing and floating around in the swimming pool. Behind all three of the closed, certain height, giant height, locked chains around them. They'd done everything. The problem is when you, sorry, I was reading a chat from a meme. When you chain lock the fence to keep your child out, and now your child's in, guess who else is locked out, chained out? That would be you. But parents had never considered, no one had ever asked parents, including themselves, the great what if. What if our child does get in that pool? What are we going to do? See? If you what if it before it happens, go back and see all my other videos. It's right there. State of North Carolina gave it to you free. Unexpected things do happen, so you better have a written plan, have practiced it more than once, and a checklist. Because your mind is not going to say, what was our plan? And your other mind say, oh yeah, let's do this and let's do that. Go back and watch my other videos. Hunt it down. It's your homework. World. The very first thing on your checklist needs to be breathe in all capital letters. And to get that out of the way, because without oxygen, you're going to be laying on the floor too. The number 2 is get your ass over there and get that kid out of the water. There you go. Problem, solution. Make it on a checklist. You probably need to break it down more than that. So what had happened were, without a written plan and a checklist, when the unexpected did happen and their little blue tinty baby was bobbing around in a swimming pool, they screamed at the top of their lungs. And Bad Cop, pretending he was future Denzel Washington in Training Day, had his window down so he could hear a cry for help and smell the smoke and all that other good stuff. It's in the PPS books. They stole them from cop training books, which is where Denzel and company got it for the movie. He heard these screams and cries for help and threw his cop car into park and didn't apply the parking/emergency brake as they are required to do to maintain liability protection. He ran his ass over there, saw mom or dad or both pointing their finger and shrieking like goose girls, and hopped all three of those fences, no, not in a single bound, but with all of that cop gear crap, gun, belt, taser, that huge old radio. Remember, this is 1980s? The 6 or 8 D-cell maglite. A really thick and heavy bulletproof vest or bullet resistant, the armor. He didn't pause, take off your shoes. Wow, I wish I could lighten my load. He didn't fuddle-de-dick around with the chained closed gate on the fence. Man, he sailed over them. The parents were like, he looked like Superman or Batman. He didn't consider his own safety. He probably should have. He didn't wade in, as my ripped friend Gary Pogo used to say. Wade in, Dean, wade in. That means go in there and get in the fight. Win or lose, you definitely lose if you don't go in there and throw a few punches. No, this cop didn't wade in and go down the stairs holding the rail of the swimming pool. He dived in there with all that damn cop gear on him. Got that little baby out. Got all that water out of it and did little baby CPR on it that he'd had a recent course in, a recent certified, in writing in child or pediatric CPR. It's very different than grown-uppy. So there it is, the Destiny Tale. Had our fictional character ended or did something dumb or whatever because he was full of anger and hate and violence and stupidity. Bad cop. Then Bad Cop could not have sailed like Batman or Superman over all those fences and saved that little girl, and he did. Pumped her back to life. Turned her white again, not blue. Actually, kind of dark tan. She was Hispanic. There you go. It's a good story. Let me go look at the text. Very good. Not good. Allegedly, theoretically. That's been around a while. I guess you didn't eat the cough drops like I said. And you and me both, good sir. Anonymous person on the internet who said something about a lot of coughing. You and me both need to cut back so sharply and wean ourselves to the point of quitting the fumar. I can't roll my R's. There. Fumar. Okay. There's the destiny tale of bad cop becomes good cop because he didn't get himself put in a poop pile that day. And now we'll get all the way back to this. Man, I thought it had been about an hour. Been about 19 minutes. 1819. Duh. Co. Life. And now cue up the Australian guy. everybody knows. And I don't know if it's MAC like a Apple Macintosh or a Mac. I know one of my favorite movies is a guy that we're not allowed to mention anymore, even though he was acquitted or found not liable. Evan, can't think of his name. Oh my gosh. Did a Bobby Darin movie, and they made much to do about that. Please ask YouTube. In case anybody who happens across this, oh, I got an idea for a tomorrow thumbnail if I get time to do this again tomorrow. Mac the. It is a song from long ago. Look, there's Bobby Darin doing it. Oh, with a guy. Can't think of his name. Ed Sullivan. It's right there in front of me. Smart guy. Bobby Darin also did Be on the Sea. Fantastic song. Many good songs. All right. Mac the Knife. We covered that. Until sometime later. True story. In my life, I didn't mess around with knives. I was a little kid. I ate cat food. Purina cat chow. Chow, chow, chow. Not a sponsor. It's not like I'm telling my mother or anything. She knew. And I don't know how old I was. I know that I probably didn't know anything about knives or Mac the Knife. I know that my mother and aunt and other adults around me, my Uncle Homs, the adults that were around, some guy named Dave, I don't know. I can't remember his last name. He's just a cool guy. He was around for a while. He took us to a Sunday school and got us swimming lessons when we were very small at the local Jewish church or whatever you call them. I think. I don't remember. YMCA. So yay. Yay moms who teach their kids how to swim and let the guys almost your mom's age take the kids swimming and learning life and stuff like that, like Sunday school. And then all of a sudden, my grandfather came to visit one day. I was not yet in school. My grandfather deserves his own episodes, plural, of these kind of things on the internet. One day we'll talk about it, maybe, after we figured out how do we get you so that you can just talk on this thing like I am, and it'll make a little green circle around you. And we can tell the tales of Homer L something D, number 2, and the amazing tales of good and bad, crazy, way back when. And it's one of my first ever rememberies of my grandfather. As he came in the house, yes, that same one everybody saw on the map earlier. I'm not going to repeat where it was. And I don't know who was supposed to be babysitting or daycaring or whatever the heck you call it. It wasn't that big of a concern. There was adults around, sort of. But anyway, Grandpa was there. I was probably 5, maybe 6, but I doubt it. Probably 5. Grandpa comes in there, I don't remember what he said. Come outside. Something you got to do. I don't know why. I don't know. I have never talked to my brother about it. We'll get him talking in a little green circle about this stuff. True life stories. Many times in my childhood, Grandpa came to me and explained to me all these things about rites of passage, is what other people call it. He called it becoming a man. If you're not going to grow up and be a sissy, you got to become a man. Go see the Johnny Cash song. Call him drunken Ira Hayes. He won't answer anymore. Grandpa had his moments. So what happened in about we'll just say 1975. It's when I was 5 and turned 6. We'll call that the year. I don't know who else was where else or what else was going on in this world. What I remember of it is Grandpa says, come out here. You got to do something. So I go outside. Grandpa had very carefully impaled a large rat or run it through with a pitchfork. He was a very good hunter, I guess, even with pitchforks. Because he made sure that thing was stabbed through its gut and it's kind of through its spine. He came down to put the gates required for my license as a 24/7 foster care. He came back later to watch you. Well, I took the bar. Yeah, but when you took the bar, that was by 79 or 80 when we were in San Gabriel. This was way back in 75 in Altadena. Anyway, he'd run, and sorry, Bill, all of my tales, you've been hanging around me long enough. They take a while, but they get to the point eventually, and you have to have heard it 2 or 3 times and say, oh, that's how I do. I learned it from my grandpa. I blame him. He don't care. He'd say, piss on you. And he'd laugh just like Buddy Hackett, not Buddy Holly. So anyway, out along the side, there was a strip of supposed to be, I guess, grass or something, but it's California. That stuff don't grow. It was just dirt. And if it rained or we played with the hose too much, it was mud. A very narrow hallway between the fence to the neighbor's house and our house. And here was this squeaking, stabbed with a pitchfork rat. Not a mouse, not a big mouse. This was a small to medium rat. But I was 5 or 6. It seemed like a monster to me. Biggest rat I'd ever seen. And besides, it was gurgling blood and spinning around and twisting and stabbed perfectly by my grandfather with a pitchfork. So he pulls what I've always called a buck knife, but travel around a little bit. And you will find that even throughout the several states, different dialects. See, there it is. Call it something else, but right down here we go. Because yes, here it is. Both, because they're both or were both made by the company called Buck originally. So this bad boy right here, which you might call a hunting or a warfighter's knife, says Buck registered trademark on the ding-dangin' somewhere. And so does this one. This is what I knew of as a buck knife. A wooden riveted to the handle, metal, lock open, not spring assisted pocket knife. My grandfather, I don't remember my Uncle Hans calling. My Uncle Hans hooked me up with stuff like that later for collecting purposes, of course. So Grandpa pulls out of his pocket a very short bladed one of this buck knife and tells 5 or 6-year-old me, having opened this thing and locked the blade open to cut the head off that rat, or he'd use that knife to cut my finger off. killing things is part of becoming a man. I mean, unaliving them. I can quote my grandfather. Put some stars over it later. YouTube. It's what he said. It stuck. I was 5. And then he gave me some instructions. But be careful. Don't push on this piece. Because you'll unlock that blade and it'll close back on your fingers and cut them off. And he said, and I'll laugh at you. And he said, then I'll lock it back open and you'll have to cut the head off that rat. And forgive me, whatever, you put it in the tribal archives. Tube, if you don't like the story, he was an Injun. He was the last of his mother was the 1911 Rolls, the only one that makes us a tribe to this day that's not called a tribe, it's called a band. I'm just speaking the native tongue of an American Indian. So he said, if you cut your fingers off with that knife by letting the blade close on it, I'm going to open the blade back up and you're going to cut the head off that rat with your bloody stumps. So he showed me how to hold the knife and press the other hand on the back here. Because if you don't hurry up, that rat's going to twist its head around and bite the hell out of you. And rats had carry diseases. Good way to scare somebody, Grandpa. You did good. Made me a man. So where are we at? So I don't know why I put it that way. Mac, strike it out, became Buck. So yes, I did mission accomplished. And I was not a very big child. I grew tall, but never heavy between the 7th and 8th grade, between my 12th and 13th years, or 13th and 14th. I grew a foot that year. When I was 5, I doubt I weighed 60 pounds or 50 pounds or 30 pounds. I don't know. I was tiny. I was always a tiny guy. I'm still a stick man. I had no mass. And it was very telling, very remembering. My mammy said, I think it was his sisters, our husband's Scotsman, who thought all my dad's brothers and male cousins the same lesson, the same way. Okay. Whatever it was, it's a true story. I'm not fibbing. No, I don't have evidence. Please. And no, I didn't think it. Oh my God, I didn't run and tell my mom and that and everybody else. You can't ever let Grandpa around me again. It's just, Grandpa said. It didn't make me have nightmares or anything else. It made me wonder why. Could you have just done that yourself? But whatever. So here we are, talking about it 50 years later. Not the important part, because, yep, you may have wanted to learn that in a mean world. I guess. Here, let me give a qualifying statement, a brief distraction. My grandfather's father was shot for sport and killed because an Injun off the reservation isn't a crime. He had a very different outlook on life than the rest of us modern spoiled. The Japanese prime minister once called us fat and lazy Americans. If a Japanese guy said it, and a prime minister at that, we can say it. Just quoting. My grandfather looked at the world very different, and having his father red rum for sport kind of changes people's outlooks on life. And that was probably one of the least bad things that he suffered and survived in his life. Some people have a bad destiny and still laugh their way through it and sing crazy songs about dirty, rotten, filthy cherries. At the end of this ordeal, this event, what I remember the most about it, because I carried that thing, is that at the end of it, and we went and buried the rat, It was another engine thing of his. I don't know how much of his engine stuff was real and how much is just stuff he made up, but now it's in the lore. But you know, if you're not going to give it back to the earth, then don't do anything with it. And when it came to guns, my mom says his dad was on the res when those rich ranch boys came on the res for sport and shot his father, dad. Native CA were not humans in those years. Exactly. Remember what I said earlier about persona, non-persona? Meaning I don't know what we call them these days. Maybe came from a southern border, have tan skin, and don't have a visa and a passport. Those. They don't exist. They're not documented. See, hey, all you lefty liberals, I'll guarantee you there's millions, millions with an M, of very tan people who have migrated through California and Arizona, who, when you say things like undocumented is a nice soft word, it scares the hell out of them. Because they know what persona non persona. They know that smart aleck guys like Dean say so meaningfully and yearningfully, please, please. If it's not written down, it didn't happen. They are not written down. They didn't happen. They get unalived and shoved in ditches and poop piles. True story. So who is truly cloud dweller, lefty libs, stealing everybody's word, being the ultimate offensive and terror inducing? Your world. Buck knife. When we finished up beheading and then burying Rodent. And it's Grandpa, the tribe of Grandpa people. Whatever he said. Because the very next lesson I remember from him was him trying to give us, like a cork gun. Or maybe somebody else had one. Certainly wasn't a projectile, a BB gun. But it stuck. Talk about a lesson that sticks. Sorry, Bill, I know this is going on too long. If you go see your doctors or whatever, you can listen to the VOD later. Video on demand. And Bill has heard. Bill's been in my classes or we're just friends. It always stuck. Even messing around with a cork gun. If any of you don't know what that is, go look it up yourself. I'm not going to distract myself any further. If you put a gun in your hands, you shoot it. If you shoot a gun, you kill with it. Whatever you kill with it, you have to eat. Grandpa will decide at the time of the event whether you get to cook it or not. You might have to eat it raw. It stuck. And the end of that lesson, gun safety, gun adulting. Can't say the G word anymore. Projectile weapon, projectile tool, whatever. I'm going to have to go back and edit all these videos and re-upload them. The end of that lesson was, so you better think about all that before you ever put your hands on it. Good lesson. Do all your thinking before you move your hands towards a dangerous weapon of any kind, especially the G word kind. Because my grandfather is going to come decide whether or not if you just wounded it a lot, and he could always point back to, you remember when you were littler and we had a lesson in buck knife with a rodent? Because if you injure it with your G word, you don't get to waste those expensive and valuable let words that go in G words. Now you got to get your buck knife out of your pocket and cut its head off. So you better hope it's not a person. Because them tiny little 3 or 3.5 inch, sometimes 2.5 inch lock blade wooden handle knives is going to take you a while to get through a kicking, screaming rodent that you just messed up because you fired your projectile dangerous weapon at it the one time that you're allowed and you didn't KIA it. You got to finish it off with the knife. And then you got to eat it. And you got to consult with my grandpa's own big spirit to decide whether or not you get to cook it. Back to the knife. Everything all done, because at the end of that, thankfully, he didn't make me eat a rat, especially not a raw one. We buried the rat. Big spiritual engine stuff. What mattered to me is that Grandpa helped me wash my hands in that knife in the hose. And then we wet and dried my hands and that knife, buck knife, in towels or dryers or napkins or whatever. And then he helped me oil the knife. Because hands don't need oil after washing in water, being covered in vampire food. But stainless steel connives do. And then he helped me very carefully and very safely press the button, hold 4 fingers and 1 thumb on the back side of this. Do not let fingers get in this space ever, never, without exception. And close that thing up. And then he opened it up and told me to do it all by myself. So I was able to depress the button without getting my fingers up here at where the tip goes. And close that knife up all by myself. He said, good, now put it in your pocket. It's yours. And so I loved my knife, my knife. That's not a knife. This is a knife. No. So, Buck the knife, that's what I called it. Buck the knife lived with me until things got stupid later in life. Because life gets stupid sometimes. Most Americans, most people all around the world, especially the Western styles, don't ever know how stupid life can get. I just made myself a little note there. I know what the 2 stars, 2 asterisks, shift 8. So Buck the Knife. Me and Buck the Knife lived together for a long time. Maybe till I was about 11. Maybe less. No, 11 or 12. Where life got stupid again. And no people, he's dead, he doesn't care. You're not going to convince my grandfather different. That, oh my God, you scarred that child for life. No, he didn't. He made me dovey and oil and clean my Buck the Knife. About the time I was coming of double digits of age, we had moved back to a very bad place near a pink prison. I told you earlier, dear channel stream YouTube, that certain kind of comb with some of the tines or prongs took out of it and then sharpened was a deadly weapon. I've had it between my vertebrae. So stabby pokey tools happen. Bad guys are cowards. Bill's heard me say this in classes. They never travel alone. That's why they call them gangs. I call them B words. Yacht. But that's all right. They always travel in packs. No matter how much you could fight one of them, when there's 7 more of them standing around, you better be a hell of a fighter to be able to take your licks, son. Take your licks. In a very bad crowd, having taken my licks from pipes and trying to escape the conflict or retreat the conflict, throwing my hands up in surrender. Heart, 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 Dido, you are beautiful in every way. You make beautiful songs. My mother has his last knife. And I say it that way because that's how he said it. He always called it a knife. My grandfather, I tried to get him recording in his, tried to get recordings of him on Memorex, Maxell, whatever, tapes back in the day. The hospital gave it to me and time he went in. Yep. So anyway, Buck the knife and me and myself and I being involved in armed conflict with a disparity of numbers and size and age. I was 11 or 12. These were a bunch of 18 and 19-year-old gang members. Now remember, I was a runt for my size anyway. Because much of this, some people live this way. Some people go, oh my God, I never realized that kind of stuff happened. True story. Lots of people from back then, they're like, oh, we always wondered. Whatever. So allegedly, reportedly, this huge crowd had got gathered around, had already hit me with metal pipes that they stole from a construction in progress site on California Street in Pasadena, at the edge of South Pasadena, California. And there was big violence happening, and I was being big hurt. So at long last, having given up, and having been given permission after the last big beat with pipes, calcification in my leg, crutches, everything else, and when my mother asked me why didn't I fight back because I had misunderstood something she had said prior in my childhood, and I didn't want to disappoint my mother, I said, because you told me not to hit people and turn the other cheek. And she said, I don't think she said little SHI word. I think she said, oh, you dumb SHI word. I didn't mean that. Of course you can fight back. And I was like, ding, ding. And I heard the Rocky theme song in my head. But I still tried to, I had already learned some martial arts and taken some martial arts schools and read the this and the that and the Sun Tzu and avoid the conflict. It says in the ancient, it's either one of the ancient Japanese or Chinese martial arts study guides, to always cross the road. And I was like, whoever wrote that never been to Los Angeles. You got better luck. You ain't crossing the street in California, in LA. You're gonna die, or worse. Anyway, off the LA kid tangent. My mother says the good-hearted people in the mayor's office kept saying they join gangs to have family. No, a certain very famous gangsta said his mom said get rid of the guns or I will, G-words, or I will leave. She moved. Yep. And we'll talk later offline, I guess. Or allegedly. We'll develop a work of fiction that the mayor may have been the boss of all that. Could be, allegedly, in a fiction story. Not really. Untrue. So anyway, having been freed from the bonds of don't make your mother sad at you or unproud of you. Oh, my mom said, F them up. Roger that. Unable to escape conflict. Being very badly beaten and bruised and bloodied I dug Buck the knife out of my pocket, locked that blade open, threw it as if I were a professional knife thrower, with all of my might that appears to be the might of the ancients. Because that thing swirled and sailed fast through the air, and the guy that I threw it at, this one here on the left, not this kind here, this style, moved like 20 years later Neo in the Matrix. He did bullet time and leaned a little to his right, my left. Jennifer Hint said hi. Yes, Jen, I am still at it. So anyway, I threw that thing with a battalion of angels, I think they call it. Or maybe it's a battalion of saints. It's something. It's a large number of angels. A legion, or maybe a legion of angels helped that knife fly with power that little old me didn't have. But it also, the destiny of things, that dude moved just enough to his right, my left, that the knife sailed past him, didn't hit his ear. We don't have that destiny between us, Miracle Man, DJT. I would love that sign too. I would go home and sleep on a bed made out of that chart. Anyway, that thing hit a tree, which are rare in Los Angeles County, California, so hard that it sunk all the way up past whatever you call this part right here, where the blade starts but the metal doesn't end. Right here at where this blade cutout is into the bigger piece of metal that makes up blade of knife. All the way up to there in the words was sunk into that tree. This whole part exploded off of and out and around. You guys go study the physics. Somebody go put it in a CAD CAM computer and find out how many feet per second and with how much force did one of these, approximately the 3-inch or 2.5-inch kind, it was a little tight, have to go to sink 2 inches or 3 inches into the wood. And then this handle explode out because of the force around this spine. I see it up there, Mimi, but I'm in my groove. Because what had happened is these back 2 rivets right here exploded out and flew so hard and fast through the air that they lodged into that dude's neck, millimeters from important stuff in his neck. And one hit something not important enough to KIA him, but to cause a huge funny sound, kind of gurgly, to come out of him, and a big, long, pink, misty squirt of his own juice in the hood that squirted on 2 or 3 of those other ones. And it was tiny little driplet droplets, the size of a rivet, about. And that's enough. They were all like gagging and screaming and saying goofy stuff and running away. It ended the fight, but it also ended. I tried. I went back later with other people and tried. And I went with my Uncle Steve. That's my sainted Aunt Eva's hubby. And he tried with tools to pull, because I wanted Buck the knife's blade back out of that tree. And I've skipped a couple points of this story, and I'm realizing now. But that's the end of that. Buck the knife. What I made the two little stars about is that twice before, and this is important, Mr. B Hugs, what I would try to relay to M Hugs if she would stop being mad at me because I'm stupid and I'm man. Something like that. Let me read the chat. Let me read the chat. I don't care. I'm too old and I've been playing this too long, playing computer too long to care. Let's put it up on the main screen. Turn on. Higher politician. I was told a council member in. Yep. Legion. Yes. For we are many. I say that about me all the time too. Once I was putting in bar meetings and standing on my truck bed to hold and put in the bolts, a wind came up. Mary Poppins time. Those angels rescued me. Yes. It can happen. I believe in it. I believe in destiny and I believe in miracles, no matter what you call them. Fate, the fates, coincidence, the two stars, asterisks, shift eights, the two shift eights. Oh no, I don't know if we can say two eights. That has nasty without the T. Yep. I said yeah to the comment. You guys just sync up the comments. Anybody out there, whoever use guys is the two stars. Twice under the color of authority. Because remember, we're talking about California. 1970s, second half of the 70s, including the bicentennial. And the very early 1980s. This would be 1980 or 81 when I threw Buck the knife into a tree so hard that the rivets got stuck and lodged in that dude's neck and rescued me from further damages. Twice prior to that, this is the part I need M Hugs to understand and why I want to report and get to if you're going to go work upstairs at a certain company, Bill. It's important to a guy like me. And I know it's my own dementia. That's why I've never brought it up before. Just saying, allegedly. Twice I had encountered law enforcement in Los Angeles County. One was probably a deputy sheriff, and one was definitely Pasadena police. South Pass. PP. I always wanted to work for them because I wanted to be a PPD. I want to be a PP officer. They had said, "Hey, what's that in your pocket?" And I said, "Just glad to see you, officer." I don't disrespect the blue gang. Remember I said earlier in this thing. The neighbor told me, "You want to end up dead?" I mean, unalived. I mean, short of breath. Very short. Mess with the blue gang. His words, not mine. Because who you going to call? Us? Funny. Funny guy. Twice I had encountered police officers, law enforcement agents, within their jurisdictions that should 8, 9, 10-year-olds be running around, even with any other definition aside, a knife in their pocket? Probably not. Should you, if you're a cop, like that little 10-year-old just trying to walk his feet to the store last week or whatever? I got the link and informed from George this morning. Should law enforcement have taken me home and told my mother, especially because she was a police dispatcher at the time? Hey, mother, if you're If the streets of our city are so unsafe, or our county, that your child needs to have a weep on, blah, 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 giving her some good advice to how to single parent mother small boys that felt that they had to run around with a knife. But I didn't run around with a knife because I thought it was dangerous. I ran around with Buck the knife because I earned it and was given it very proudly from my grandfather. It was my teddy knife. I like to sleep with it at night. Not really. They're not cuddly. But it's something I had, and I felt very razzly-dazzly, very boyish about it. No, I didn't run around with my hand in my pocket petting my knife. It just assured me that it was there, and it was there when it needed to be. But it would not have been if twice, without any other adult intervention, and I don't remember how I got out of it, of them taking Buck the knife away from me. Roger that, BH. Somebody tried to take something that saved my life, I promise you, later, away. The rest of you who don't know what I'm talking about, you don't know. You can't know what you don't know. It's a life thing, and we're speaking in code. So that's why it struck me so severely that somebody with no authority, actually wrong morally and legally and ethically, took somebody's Buck the knife away. Just 'cause I can. If he didn't want me to, he should have fought me. Well, you stood there taking his knife away from him with a gun on your hip. Maybe he's seen the movie, Don't Bring a Knife to a Gunfight. Maybe he's been so oppressed and tyranted by uniforms and emblems and badges in his life. He's like, whatever they want, give it to them. They win. It's hopeless. Maybe it made him sad. Maybe he'd been hanging on to that thing since he was 5 years old and his grandfather made him cut the head off a rat with it. And he went home and cried. So it behooves somebody. Maybe it's not that important. Maybe it doesn't matter, but you should always err on the side of being the best everything you can be. So maybe he should be hunted down, found, identified, apologized to, returned his rightful property. Them's his rightful properties. I love it. At the same time, in the same year zone as the little devil in the thumbnail. Devil, Tim Curry. Exactly the same year. I can tie it all back to something. Them's my rightful property. It's not fair. And Sarah responds, no, it isn't. But that's the way it is. Don't be taking people's stuff. Don't be taking people's Buck the knife. Another Buck the knife that came along later. And I'm not going to tell the story even though I had. Artie Miller. Another grandfather tale. Artie Miller. Didn't get to AM today. Don't want to go deep or deeper in the deep end. Artie Miller came about because I never replaced Buck the knife. When Buck the knife had served his purpose, and I went back many moons later, and I guess someone else had been trying to get that blade out of the tree so long that that blade never came out, that we renamed Buck the knife's blade stuck in that tree on California Street in Pasadena, California. We had renamed it Excalibur. And whoever pulled that thing out of that tree was going to be the next king amongst knights at a round table. But eventually, somebody, either the tree owner or the city, just went and cut the tree down because the metal of the knife and the oil of the knife were poisoning the tree and causing it to have bad whatevers. I don't know. I have worked for tree cutters and I will cut me a tree down, but I am no arborist. The guy I used to work for, his name's Doug. I'll see if he wants to whatever later and let me mention his tree cutting service. Not a sponsor. I don't work for him anymore. He is an arborist. He knows all the names of all the trees and all the diseases they can have and all the buggy wuggies that need to be gone away from the trees. But he don't mind cutting them down for money. It is his destiny. So we'll talk about Artie Miller another day. Another buck knife. Done knife. So anyway, sir, later, sir or ma'am or somebody. Find the guy. The end client and the supervising company needs to have a sit down, written up, discussed. Especially if you guys are paying me to have this sit down, write down, and discuss and talk about. Let's do something that's right in this world to make up for having done great wrong in this world. And apologize and try to fix it. And make sure that it gets spread around and written into policy books and put into must be in writing. And then if we got to make a video and edit it without me talking? I get to do what I want on my own live streams, but do shorter, sweeter, refiner, hire script writers, hire actors, please, voice actors. No one wants to listen to me. I don't care. I don't know if you remember or not. Mammy, you were still in a very health related something. The engagement. Woodrow Wilson, junior high school, 7th grade. I still have the little transcript paper I got later for the LA Sheriff's Department. I was excused for my own safety. I was passed out of, I'm looking at a while ago comment. I read it when it was new, but I just re-looked at it and my eyeball said, remind Mammy of that. And right now, everything of value in my life is tossed into boxes and moved as fast as it could be. I'm not going into that deep, man. I cannot locate the papers. Woodrow Wilson, junior high school. Pass. Removed from what us kids joked and called pussied. I don't know why. Because then none of us knew. We didn't know what that meant. We were so innocent. That don't need indented. Pasadena Unified School District. Us little smart Alex is called PUSD, and it says so on the buses. So all of us smart Alex called it that other thing that I just said that I won't say again, just in case. Don't want to strike. Don't want to point. Don't want to demerit, which I say that a lot. It comes from the original, not the horrible stole the name later. The Ramones rock and roll high school movie. PJ Souls. I'm surprised you can't internet here. I don't see the green yellow bar of voice picking up the pounding of my heart beating for PJ Souls. She was not a star, a co-star, a incidental in the first Halloween. My Mammy said, I still feel peeved when I drive past W. Yep, that horrible principal. And the police told me we cannot save kids from these gangs. These were high school age kids in their school. Yep, true story. See, my mother does remember it. What I always remember about that old lady, and I don't remember her name, is number one, that super tight bun on the top of her head. And that, well, we were sitting in there and explaining what was going on. And this is why I got exited out of Woodrow Wilson High School. And I didn't find out, except I found out in 2008. And it's been discussed many times on the now gone Facebook and in private emails with people I knew back then that reacquainted through the internet in the 08, 09, 10 era. We'd been well apart for 30 years. Take it how you want it. What had happened were, and I thought, because I still suffer from it, I thought I got my ass kicked. It happens. What I knew is I had total amnesia. The only thing I knew in this world is that I had a friend named Daniel. I didn't know who my mother was. I didn't know who my brother was. I didn't know what city it was. I didn't know what year it was. I had total amnesia. I didn't know my own name. So when they brought my, I say best friend, but he was my only friend. I've never been one to have a lot of friends. When they brought Daniel and put him in front of me, because they brought all the Daniels that they could find of the school, and said, "Is this your friend Daniel?" I said, "No." So they brought other Daniels, but it was him.
We still
So,
going?
still going. We're getting places. We're talking about PUST.
Pus?
It's on the screen. Pasadena Unified School District.
Oh, I thought you meant as in the stuff you suck out of a wound.
No, that's pus. And God, don't be sucking that out of your wounds.
Oh,
Cut
squeeze
it.
it out.
Let it bleed. Feel the pain. Anyway, no, I'm talking about when I got removed. Another student thinks it's your son. I heard your voice. Started crying. My mom's talking about 7th grade. Why I got removed from Woodrow Wilson Junior High School, and it says I have the transcript in the storage bins. I have a scan of it somewhere, but I can't access the backups. Go see the description under every one of those and go back and listen to this whole video. It has to do when the Harnett County Sheriff Deputy, Detective Deputy, who ended up promoted over his misdeeds. Don't regret, don't fear that bad guys got left where they were or punished. They got well rewarded. All of my business and life and everything else got immediately moved here, moved there, transmitted around the world. One day we're going to talk about this stuff, but not this day, because I'm going to have everything up on the screen before I even start streaming. Somebody who knows Wayne Coates and those pieces of filth over there at the Harnett County Sheriff's Office, get them in touch with me before I take this public, or I'm not going to hold it anymore. Well, the only reason Wayne Coates is sheriff is because of what happened between me and that piece of filth deputy. Caused Rollins to quit without notice. And the rest of it is all politics and horse shit of politics. I mean, horseshoes of politics. Excuse me, I sneezed. So back to Pasadena Unified School District. For all my life, from 1982, when it happened, until it might have been early 83 when it happened. When I got the amnesia. And sorry I'm upsetting you, Mother. But it's our life. There's no sense in, I'm okay. I'm just telling a story, allegedly. Many years later, I went and we finished the story in order. I was beaten so bad and my brain was so swollen and my neck was so fractured that I had to wear for approximately 6 months that stupid headgear thing. It took me a hell of a long time. I still don't know sometimes to this day. Like, did I get Invasion of the Body Snatchered? Am I someone else? Did I get Brundleflied? Somebody mixed up the Star Trek transporters and I'm not me in this skin? You have to laugh it off or you might cry.
Boo hoo.
Anyway, so here's what happened. Upon starting to recover and finally getting recovered enough and out of the bed that I could go to meet with the school crazy old lady that my mother mentioned a while ago. We sat in there, tried to explain things. I don't remember what all was said. I was having bad headaches. Imagine when your brain's swollen so bad that you have amnesia. Total. And even when you see, you're all I know is I have a friend Daniel, and you see Daniel, no, that's not him. And this crazy old, I don't know if she was 40 or she was 80. In my little kid's mind, I thought she was 80. Because she had white hair pulled up in this asinine tight super bun. Wearing those old people from the 70s, not polyester, but like a woolen, wide lapelled woman suit. But with a dress, not pantsuit. And blah, blah, blah. Everybody said anything. Everybody's trying to explain something. And she stood up, with them nasty old witch fingers steepled on her nasty old witch lady principal of the school desk, and said, "Black people don't do that." I got nothing. I had nothing then. I got nothing now. I found out a couple of years later they knife R-worded her out in the parking lot of the school. I wonder how she feels about that now. And like I
She
said
probably
earlier,
doesn't feel anything.
especially because I was 12,
Yeah.
possibly almost turned 13, and she had said that evil, wicked thing to me, stupid. I didn't have to turn the other cheeks and take the higher path and way of the warrior stuff in me. I have always thought to myself that when they tried to have police and do all this and do all that, that I wished and prayed and hoped and yelled out into the air so that the little birdies would go tell somebody like a cop to go tell her, "Man, lady, you're just making that up. Black people don't do that." But I won't ever know. And I'm very mean. I guess I should do repentance. Oh, I went to Catholic school after that. I repented. They confirmed me Catholic after that, so I guess I got forgiven for gloating about, uh, guess you probably should have took care of them back when they were just doing it to me. They didn't stick a knife in my private hole. Yeah, all that. What else was I trying to think about? Anyway, I got kicked out of Pasadena Unified School District. Couldn't even go back there for high school when other trauma came about. Stupidity. Destiny, man. Life's crazy. One day we'll write a book. And that's as deep into that deep end as I'm going. Jack the Knife. I can never remember any of the lyrics. Let's look up the lyrics. Hey Google, Mac the Knife lyrics. The one I always remember from Bobby Darin
Yeah.
is one besides Mac the Knife, Over the Sea or whatever that one's called, is one that nobody's heard about. If there could be C sides of vinyl records, this is a C side of a vinyl record. It's called Artificial Flowers. Oh, the shark, babe. You can sing it in your songs. Don't call people that in your relationship. This is a me thing.
Babe?
Yes. Unless you're Beetlejuice, you're allowed to say, ghost with the most, babe. That's just a me thing, George. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Oh, the shark has such teeth, dear. See, babe and dear. And it shows them pearly white. Just a jackknife has old Mac. See, it is Mac. M-A-C, just like Macready from The Thing. Cue the bass music. They're Norwegians, Mac. Babe. I like reading song lyrics and calling them a poem set to music.
Well, that's
And
what they are.
And he keeps it out of sight. That's all I'm reading of that. I don't even know those words. I just like to snap my fingers and pretend. I don't really snap my fingers that good, but I can keep the rhythm. I was a drummer.
Why not? William Shatner, who had 10 albums, one of them even hit top 100. All he did was talk to the music because he can't carry a tune.
Can't talk either.
Eh.
See all the many mockings of James. Mac the Knife. There's the lyrics. Let's look up the other one. Bobby Darin. There it is. This one I can remember almost all the words, and I likes it.
Frank Sinatra also did that one.
Alone in the world with poor little Anne, as sweet a young child as you'll find. Her parents had gone to their final reward, leaving their baby behind. So, oh, it's poor little orphan Annie. Did you catch it? It's Annie Can Skywalker, Darth Vader. Poor little child was only 9 years of age when mother and dad went away. She bravely worked at the one thing she knew, to earn her a few pennies a day. There it is. She made artificial flowers, flowers for ladies of fashion to wear. She made artificial flowers. You know these artificial flowers? Fashions from Annie's despair. See how beautiful it is? Work your hands. Go ahead, George. What?
You brought it up. With if Anakin Skywalker, a la Darth Vader, has any qualities of redemption after what he did when he was Anakin to become Darth Vader, then everybody can be redeemed. I'm sorry, after you take a sword to a kindergarten and cut those kindergartners down, there is no redemption. That's where I disagree with the prequel. He had to stay evil, but not so evil he couldn't get redemption. Because if he could get redemption, that means Hitler, a la also the person that a lot of people in our country are referring to as bad as Hitler, all have redeeming quality. And the only redeeming quality you could say about Hitler is he took care of his dogs. That's it. That's the only redeeming quality that dude had. And that's pushing it to find that, if you know what I'm saying. That's my gripe with the prequel, the 3 prequels.
Well, you're much kinder than I am. I would call them on a better internet the 4-letter word that rhymes with it version of poop. I hate his them. And that's another thing my little China girl.
That's where the writers
She doesn't know how to say hate. She says hateous.
and Lucas Films did not do. The other problem I have with that is they spent so much money on the special effects that on the old tech where they were, showing certain things, it was so fuzzy compared to the computer animation. It made it almost unwatchable when they were doing the clone soldiers. And Hollywood's had the technology to show people side by side themselves since film started, since there was a paid movie.
Yup. All right.
Anywho,
Since you're back,
that's my rant.
George, are you back for a couple minutes?
Yeah. I had, health issue, had to eat something.
Yes. Maintain. I'm not going to put the stuff on the screen. I'm going to put Dean is away for a few. 1926. You are listening to the good King George. BRB. I'll be right back.
All right.
Tell a good story, George. Make up something.
I'll go backwards with my rant. There's a certain time. Yeah, I understand he worked with horses. I wish he'd go back to working with horses. Sometimes, I mean, as much as I dislike horses, some horses are better than people. But the other gripe I have with the Star Wars franchise is Lucas kept refilming and redoing every time a new format would come out. When the VHS came out, he redid it. When they did the collector's box, he redid some of the footage. When they came out with the DVD, he redid some of the footage and didn't make it really better. And then versus selling it or bequeathing it to someone who would honor the storyline that he had, he sold it to the big D. And boy, have they messed it up. They, and the other G. Lucas films that was huge, which was the Indiana Jones movies. 1, 2, and 3. 1 and 3 are the best. From what I can gather. He's also an excellent teacher. He is. 2 was okay to watch. Indiana Jones 2 was okay to watch. 4 and 5 just shouldn't have even been released. It should have been canned and put in a vault or somewhere where no one would ever watch it again because they were lousy. When they were doing the 3 prequels, I do not think they thought the storyline through, because I remember when Star Wars came out in the 70s, on the back of the movie poster, which you could buy, they had written down Darth Vader's backstory. Why was he wearing the suit?
My mammy's talking about the horses stuff.
Yeah, I wish we had the money to start a horse ranch farm riding center because or had the money to buy the places that I know of up near him that are for sale, that he could do a whole horse clinic. And I just, because I think Dean would work great for, even if he got trained some horses to do, well, I forgot what the program's called, but it's where that you get autistic children and handicapped adults up on horses to get them outside their fear zone. It's like something about the animals, period, can bring
I think it's called
certain
Head Start. It used to be called
well, they have a
Head
special
Start
name for it when it's dealing with
programs.
horses. With horses,
Head Start
there's
at
one.
the HHS delivers services to children and family in core areas of learning and parents engaging partners.
Well,
Comprehensive preschool program. No,
there's a lady who does some of that over behind Campbell University and Bowie's Creek, and I think you'd be real good at that. Just like you talk about the
there's
was
one
it
called
parole?
Mighty Riders. Equine therapy. They just call it equine therapy.
Yeah, yes, and there's that,
Yeah,
and there are a few farms for sale in your neighborhood that would be very well suited for equine therapy.
remember, my dentist friend purchased one. The purpose of him purchasing it was if I could run it and help him pay for the huge property and expenses and everything else. Put an equine therapy program and retraining horses with their riders. If they get a
I'm just
grant,
saying
I will contact you. They are on
because you're
Tennessee.
gentle enough not only with horses but children.
It's not.
That
It's not all of that. Hang on. Hang on. I'm getting activated. I'm getting all
or
sweaty armpitted.
young adults that I think you would do well in that type of atmosphere where you're not having to worry about numbskull SG companies who are just going to ruin and screw over the people that you're training to work for them.
I will beg, and I don't know that it does any good. I've tried twice yet. And I have many standing offers. And as was the thing all the way back in 14. So when I fire a thing, it is fired. I will say my work here is finished and smack the dust off my hands and move on. I put a huge effort and without the long tail end payments of getting out of debt, which is something I don't do in my life. I don't incur debt. But in efforts
on
to
you.
try to run a horse place and do whatever I do with a friend of mine who his life got crooked, so he got a little crooked in it. And things got worse and worse and worse. And when I finally took a walk from that, I was right under $150,000 in debt in 2004. Invested into the hell that is supposed horse stuff. For nothing. Except for when I see my horse peoples and I see my horse bebes and the great 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 grand horses of the horses I've worked with, who thankfully I got to the owners and the owners' children and relatives and stuff. Because it is insensitive and a disservice. And I'm very tired. I've been doing this for many hours now. It doesn't even tell me. 5 hours and 34 minutes. So I'm sorry if I'm appearing short, but
Well, you need to get something to eat. It's past your dinner time too.
yeah, but I'm on a roll, so I'm gonna stay on it. And I'm not feeling hungry. And the next problem is, as soon as I eat, since the long COVID or whatever the hell else, blame it on the universe because COVID don't exist and etc. etc. And maybe I did or maybe I didn't have the correct boosters and vaccines. I don't know. God hates me. I'm just joking because that's what the aetherists. When all else fails, they say, well, if you claim you believe in God and you got something wrong with you, it's because your God punished you. You must be a bad one. Stop being that way, people. But the
Yeah, read the
point of
Bible.
my point is, within minutes of me eating anything solid, I must sleep. Even if
Okay.
I only sleep for 10 minutes, my body goes into absolute narcoleptic chronic fatigue. And it's been going on since February of last year, since the bad fifth time of COVID. So here we go. What was I talking about? The horses. I don't even know anymore. It's more butt hurt feeling. Why couldn't I just put out my little horsey videos in 2014 and move on? Because life is trial by fire. You will either come out burnt into ash or a diamond or purified gold. Gosh, Winona Ryder's are pretty.
Purified lead.
So we go to mine videos and we say, and I have not yet. I watched far enough of it in the 12-minute one to where it said, let's talk about bridling. I haven't rewatched any of this. I watched number 5 because YouTube gave me a big delay and a question mark on it when I was uploading. And I watched number 1 because there was 2 of them labeled number 1, exactly the same, to figure out. Well, I have not watched any of these. But in watching number 1 and number 5, so we're talking about 7, we're going to round these up. 8 plus 3 is 11. Plus 3 is 14. Plus 6 is 20. Plus 4 is 24. Plus 4.5 is 28.5. Plus 7.5, 28. 35 and a half, 36. Plus 7, 43. Plus 3, 46. Plus 7, 50 something. Plus 3. So let's round it off to an hour. There's an hour worth of stuff there that it says in all the descriptions. I know because I wrote it. Go to there. Unzoom. Main screen, unzoom. Sorry, Mammy, I see you typing, but I'm busy ranting.
She's praising you.
So we view safety, fun, horse training, horse people training and instruction, safety again in bolds, because this is all about us. Animal partnership and husbandry, horse and equine, and a little bit of legal and liability, because that applies to us only. Horses don't care what they're liable for. And then I even edited and added after. Here is the exact statute. It's a do it at your own risk kind of thing. 26 to 28 years getting it in the can. Means that it took 26 to 28 years of my life working around horses and cowboys. Not horse people, cowboys, horse breakers, horse whippers, horse runner downers, dummies, brutes, humans. And the fact that this, I know it says it somewhere, because that guy Jerry, who had a hell of a life story, and we talked about it before. If you're not being safe, I'm not having fun. I don't care what it is. I don't see it. It's mentioned in here somewhere. Life is crazy. We should write a book. Deeply hidden treasures box. Maybe I forgot to write it in there. I don't know. What's important about this 1 hour of horse stuff? Please go and watch it start to finish. It took, because Jerry had been and he would pay and he would come and he would shovel herds so that he could stand next to me or in the shed row with me so that he could just hear it again. And it's just my thing, how I do with horses. Why I never worked with Pat Pirelli is because mine's entirely different. Sort of the same things where it, whatever. Just like my supposed security and law enforcement, it seems so much unlike anybody else's. Because it came from different places. Has nothing to do with what the object standing next to you is. This has everything to do with people. Pirelli calls it natural horse-man-ship. I always said, but if you put the horse first, that's as far as people are going to get in because people are dumb and they won't read the whole thing. They won't listen to it. So the guy Jerry, and I think he might be passed away now, that convinced me to video this at all and to sit down and hammer it out, and he would come practice with me. This was a minimum of 16-hour clinic. That's why I put natural partnership clinic. If all you see is horses, and man, that horse stepped on my toe once. I hate horses, but you lose. There's gold in these thar hills, and maybe I didn't deliver it perfectly. See what I call myself and what the name of these YouTube videos is: world's most frustrated inarticulate. I'm not good at this stuff. Why do I love working with horses? It's because they don't freaking speak. Humans are always talking. See the Monty Python's Meaning of Life, where the Grim Reaper comes in and says, "You Americans, you never shut up." Wonder if I can find that one. Monty Python. It's very funny. Grim. I am the Grim Reaper. Here's 7. Death. It's very funny. The whole movie. Here it is. It's up here on the screen. Click it. Pause, pause, pause. Don't you dare. Share the link without the share button. Boom, it's in the chat. There. Everybody can go watch Monty Python's Forward to the Grim Reaper telling Americans that they never shut up. That's why I really like the critters. And it goes way back. I don't know. Maybe I got it from my mom. Maybe I got it from my aunt. I don't know who I got it from. I've always liked my critters. When I was very young, I had a very bad reactions to cat dander, so I didn't like the cat so much. But I sure did like my puppies. I had 3 of them named Muffin that all died horrible deaths. There was a picture my brother uploaded, I think, of me and Muffin and my brother on Facebook. That's the one that died of distemper in the hallway. This 1 hour is what is normally a 16 to 20 hour. We call it a clinic or a workshop that I used to get paid, and I would charge people because people do not respect what they get for free, which is another hang up. Am I sure I want to put this up there? Because this is how I made money. Do I really want to give it away? Yes, because I'm not going to do it anymore. Ever. Never. The world has been cruel and has stolen the will, the want, or the drive out of me. I hope horses bite people and kick people and stomp people into oblivion. I hate people. Do you understand me, YouTube world? Internets? Fix me. Show me that you're better than that. The rest of you world, go out there and teach people to stop hurting horses and then blaming them when the horses instinctively try to protect themselves in a horse-like way. Go see one of those foals or yearlings, whatever you call them. Doesn't matter that they were born in May. On January 1st, all horses in the horse business, which Pat Pirelli called a mean machine, I think. And he said he could not do it. He could not. He said when we got talking about stuff, me and Pat Pirelli, I don't remember, somewhere outside of San Francisco, California, which stinks. I understand these days it stinks like poo. Back then it stunk like fish, and I hate the smell of fish too. It's a destiny tale. So it's about approximately 1 hour. Somebody spend the hour, go through it, piece at a time. Listen carefully, rewind it. Say, what did that idiot just say? And then type in the comment, oh, I know what you meant, but you didn't say what you mean. Here's how you could say it better, and I will credit you. I will get you together with me on this Discorder, and we will make it better, make it so. Because I am never going to go spend them 20 hours in a shed row bent over trying to teach. This has nothing to do with teaching horses anything. Horses are born knowing what they need to know how to be a horse. This is all about trying to teach people to get along with what happens to be another living being in our world and better yourself as a person, regardless of what you do. You've heard me say that a bunch of stuff about how many times in classes have you heard me say, George? And the answer of, shut up, Dean, you're an asshole, is perfectly fine as well. I don't care what you do in this world. It's your duty, all capital letters, right? Bill,
Yep.
you still with us? Bill, are you doing okay? I don't know if Bill's still here. He was at a doctor appointment or something like that. Because Bill would say, oh my God, he says it so many times. It is your duty to go home from whatever you do. I don't care what the activity is. Whether it's your job or your hobbies or you're happening to go and do something. Go home at the end of everything you do in this world as unhurt as possible. Mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, and legal liability. Every day, every minute of every day. That's what this is all about. Natural partnerships with us as humans upon this earth. I cannot think of. Sorry, Mammy. She put up there something. I'm not correcting my mother. She's my mother. She's right. How about training trainers only? Yes. I teach people. I can't teach a horse anything. Because you are amazing and do help owners and know the best horse breakers. You are I don't know what to say. I'm going to choke you up. Verklempt. I know trainers who just do classes and then they put them in. And I mean, I can make money. I didn't have any experience. Maybe I don't remember. It's lost in the haze. I'm just human. Find a book. Yeah, I've seen the book, Mom. One of the clients put in an equine therapy program. That's a tiny boy. Just feel. One of the trainers that use those horse abusers, horsey. Now you're married, he uses many tools. If we can get across to somebody, and maybe it ain't you, George, maybe you're like, man, don't associate a horse with it. It gives me PTSD. Sorry, George. I'm very sorry, but please. And I know
Well,
you mean well. I have never explained to you before don't have ideas and speak them out loud around me about getting around horses and horse people and barns and shed rows and anything else. Took me 14 years of this one guy named Jerry bugging the hell out of me about you can't just quit. Just get this much, just get that much. And we go through it. And he'd come back with, all right, I cut some more out. Originally, this Jerry inspired, and that's his wife and daughter in the pictures linked in the description of all 12 videos, and him. And that's his daughter's horse. This was all his impetus because I was like, you know what? The world says F you to me. I say FTW, the original meaning, not for the win. Back at you, world. You cool like that. But my Priscilla makes me better, or she forces me not to F the world. FTW. But no, it really hurts my feelings because I made big efforts. I went $150,000 in debt. I worked at a minimum wage video store. Thankfully, those were still a thing. We had jobs in America 20 years ago. Somebody burned down digital entertainment. We need our old movie stores back. Be kind, rewind. Because besides running 2 full-time businesses and doing everything else that I had to do, I had to work all 20 to 24 hours, as much as they would let me work. And nope, didn't get no overtime, didn't get no nothing. And they were friends of mine. They still are friends of mine. I worked 24 hours a day for many years at minimum wage to pay off the debt and the interest associated with trying to have a horse thing, and the world said no. And I know I've never told you, George, I don't hold it against you for saying it. I love you to death. No, that would sound like I was about to say the Harnett County thing. The lie. Many hearts to you, sir, for seeing good in me and seeing that, wow, it would be amazing. So I
Yeah,
thought
but
I
that
would interrupt you and let you know it hurts my feelings.
would be nice. But I also emphasize we'd have to have the money already to start the farm, buy the farm.
But it's very dead to me. It's not about, it's all the world gets, and they can go back and find Jerry, and I think he's dead. His is a miracle of, he had a replaced set of lungs before he got I think he got a heart transplant surgery. He had a lot of bad health. This poor guy, Jerry, who was the only one out of many, 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 many. I did hundreds of natural partnership or natural this, or this has nothing to do with a horse. This has everything to do with you. And no matter how hard you try, and no matter how hard you work, and how careful you think you are, part of the lesson that is refined down, thanks to Mr. Jerry, and here's how bad I suck. I don't remember his last name. I could sure remember the full name and rank, and I don't remember the badge number anymore of that asshole cop, because no one's ever promised me, even though I promised them Harnett County sheriffs 10 years ago. I'm not going to jump looking around my shoulder. Every time I see a sheriff vehicle, I'm scared to death because you assholes threaten my life. I'm just going to start picking you assholes off, and we'll go to court. And you'll learn. But if the only place I can be safe from the cops is behind bars, well, I'll just have to X one of you in a different county so I don't go to your damn county jail and get 19 tasered to death like the other guy in your county jail. Eat a bag of poop, Wayne Coates. You are the devil. and you're my government, so I can address you and redress you any way you want. Go watch Audit the Audits. You can go F yourself. Anyway, the point of the horse videos is about people, just like the point of my gun stuff, G-word stuff, my other stuff, is how do you conduct yourself? Do you handle the thing according to the 4 rules? It's an inanimate object, much as the cowboys and the horse breakers think about a horse. Well, just chain it down harder. All of my teachings, trainings, my wisdoms, my whatevers is just my overworded inarticulate or incapable of articulating in such a way. Sorry, it's my native tongue. It came from the reservation of California. Trying to get it across. This is all about us. It's just about the people. Stop blaming the objects. Don't blame the pokies. He's the pony pal. So that's all it is. Everybody else in the rest of the world, I can point you in the direction of some of the people.
I'm gonna say, you have a pleasant night, sir, and I will talk to you later.
All right, sir, you do the same.
Bye.
I'll be on here a little bit more.
All right. Bye.
Bill Hughes. Good night, George. Thank you. Let's put it in the chat. It didn't say ding dong that he exited the thing. Really do. Heart. Oh, come on, computer. Now the keyboard is not responding. Heart, heart, and heart. GH. I promise. I don't mean to scold you. I am just raging at the world in general. There, I put it in writing. I said it in my words the best I can. Good night, Mammy. Bill is going to be okay. Bill, if you're still listening in, my mammy typed on the chat to make sure you're okay. All right, where do we go from here? Mean, cruel world, trial by fire. Here I am, still up here. Because why not? Why not? Say it to your tube. Hope you don't get kicked off the internets. Hope Facebook doesn't buy the damn thing. Tie it all back to movies and music. Have fun with your artificial flowers. Don't study the lyrics too hard. Yay. Bill responded. In case you jumped off, Mammy. You can go back, review it later, read the transcript, search for Bill. And I guess I'm going to have to go because I'm out of fumars. 8 p.m. What time did I start this? Always keep it long. Keep it long. 19 3x through 19 5x. Kinda rantery at GH. See, I'm putting it in writing again and on video and in words. At GH about you should work run, teach, RE, horses. I am an animal. The elephant man is not. I am very sorry, sir. Another crap. 2,000 hours. Time check. Says 6H00M33S. And the mammy said, go eat, take a rest, ask your doctor or the vet. A good antibiotic finally cleared my COVID brain. Put a lot of vitamin C. Yes. I take a mini of everything you said other than the antibiotics every day. Time check says 6 hours, 33 seconds. It has changed to 1 minute plus. And we're going to say, without the countdown, already said good night in the chat. We are going to do main screen turn off in 3, 2, like that.